We're on day number 4. We're on day number 4 now. Okay, you should be able to hear me. And yeah, I'm here. Nice to once again joined here. This time around, it's my boy. It's the other bear. It's Leo. Leo, how we doing, man?
At your service. It's good to be back. I took last night off, left that in the very capable hands of this fine gentleman to my right, your left, the other left, alongside the lovely dulcet tones of one Kimberly Mass. I was watching your broadcast last night, man, I'm glad to see that that part of the world is growing their Mlbb scene too.
It is. That's basically what I was saying to, Gani and as well as Kim. I was like,
of course, Albert. How can I forget?
Yeah, Albert. I was like, one of the things that I like about Iesf is always you get a peek through the window, man. Like the window of the developing countries, nations, teams, and players out there that we don't necessarily get, to see often. And I always love that about Iesf. It's a platform to go ahead and see that. Now, obviously, some of those developing teams and everything else have to go against like these powerhouse teams in some of their first matches, and that's always a difficult task. But so far, again, it's one of those things that they have to go through. It's kind of like getting those reps in, and I think that's going to be the nature today, even with our broadcasted games.
Indeed, IESF puts the world in world esports, and our first match is going to be a clash of familiar faces. We know these athletes, we know these regions. And just the other night, one of these teams actually broke the internet by ending a game under 7 minutes. Real quick, before we talk more about the matchup, I think we need the big picture of what we're playing with here with our brackets.
Yep, these are our groups right here. Once again, broken up in different parts of Asia and, of course, Oceania. Included in here because we have another slide for that too. But Southeast Asia A and B, with the majority of the teams, those are split up. Of course, you have Philippines and Indonesia there, very familiar. Myanmar even, and Cambodia, Vietnam and Thailand. Brunei was who we got to see yesterday. And of course, for the rest of the teams, West Asia B also having their two there. And even yesterday, like our very last match, I know it was kind of late, but we got to see Iraq and Kuwait battle it out, and that was a very impressive series, to say the least. And then, of course, for our last bit of groups here, we, of course, have Central Asia, and then that is Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. We got to see them on stream, too. East Asia, we have Hong Kong and Mongolia. Those were, again, the reason they're the only two, so that's why they had the best of 5. I think that was on day 1. With Kim and Realize, I think it was. That was casting that one for day 1.
Yep, Faiz.
Of course. Yep, and of course, South Asia there too. So, Leo, we have a whole bunch of teams involved in this qualifier.
Across the world. And this is just Asia and Oceania we're talking about. So I'm glad to see that tonight in our broadcast, we will go through quite a bit because we're also not just dipping into Southeast Asia, but we're also checking out some of the South Asian teams in action. I'd love to see what Mlbb is like for them because, if I'm not mistaken, unless you've been visiting iesf.gg, you wouldn't know what was up with South Asia, that group, because they have yet to be seen and shown on broadcast up until today. So I'd like to see how the metagame of Mlbb is evolving for them, because they'll be in action later on tonight.
As soon as you said it, I pulled up iesf.gg, and I think everybody watching should do that as well. If you guys want to go ahead and have the latest updates for that, you can go ahead and head over to iesf.gg. This is our schedule for today. Unlike yesterday and the previous days, we have 3 matches for you guys here. It's going to be, first off, Indonesia versus Laos, and then Indonesia versus Guam. And then, of course, we have Sri Lanka. I always get these. Nepal and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka.
Say with me, Sri Lanka.
I can't roll my arm, man. You know me, I can't.
We'll cross the bridge when we get there. You got a couple hours to deal with your anatomy, your oral anatomy, Joseph. But yeah, no, these are all best of 3s we'll be witnessing tonight. And I love that we're doing it on the same day a hotfix patch came in. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't yet, please do open your Mlbb apps, click update, and then go into that little tab or go to my socials. I do post patch notes. You'll see that a good chunk of the hero pool has been updated. Nothing with the mechanics, nothing with the map or anything, but I'd say half a dozen heroes, 7 to be specific, have gotten adjusted. So I wonder if we'll see them in action tonight.
What I guess this is a good time to ask you real quick. What's the biggest change to a hero, or what was one of the biggest impactful changes of heroes that happened in this little hotfix?
3 letters, Joseph. YVE. If already you weren't impressed by how Eve got a little rework the last time we did a hotfix patch, you can call it that, 1.9.90.2, about 2 weeks ago, every bit of her kit got buffed. I don't know, man. I don't know what Moonton is on. They showed us the explanation, but I blanked out on that. I'm just saying, I just saw first skill, more damage. Second skill, more damage in the early game. Ult, better early game damage, and now provides vision when you hit targets off cam. So
yeah,
I'm like, we better see some Eve.
I hope so. For some reason, when you said 3 letters, I was honestly thinking YSS. You know, but close enough.
He got nerfed. He got a little tweak.
I saw, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw in as well as Lancelot, which I think was probably that was bound to happen. I think there needed to be something that happened to Lancelot, because even yesterday, man, like in yesterday's matches, we saw some pretty sick plays, I would say, with Lancelot alone, and there's still a reason why he is contested a lot, you know, in our draft alongside YSS. And so, but I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure if that little bit of change that happened to Lancelot is actually going to be that much of an effect to him, because it's still that mobility, it's still that potential to kind of, you know, be like the iframes that he has with the Thorn Rose and everything else, Phantom Execution. I mean, the escapability and mobility of Lancelot is always what's going to make him a threat, I feel like, especially now in our current meta. So yeah, very minor change, at least that went out there, but again, this could play a part in for the draft that we have once we eventually get to that. So I'll be interested to see how this plays out. Again, we already know with our 2 teams that are going to be playing here today how one of them really likes to play. We all, like, everybody watching is very familiar with Indonesia. You know, I was saying the same thing with Philippines yesterday. Most of our viewers online that will be watching this, and us ourselves, we know how certain regions like to play. Indonesia likes to go ahead and do that. Now, for Laos, I think it's one of those things, and this has been the case for all the teams in all the regions, man. It's always like, you know, how do they adapt to our current meta right now? How do they adapt to playing against a team like Indonesia? So I think we're going to go ahead and look at this. Again, this is our matchup, Indonesia versus Laos. We can kind of throw that out in the air once we get to the draft, but what do you think, man? I mean, you've casted now Iesf a couple different times, and when you see teams like this go against powerhouse teams, what's maybe one of the biggest things that they can do in preparation and hopes to maybe take a game or a series off a team like Indonesia?
If I were Team Laos, I'd be doing 2 things. Number 1, watching out for the cheese. Because Team Indonesia, after putting in Ju in the jungle and Kabuki in gold, have suddenly found this weird propensity to play cheese strats. I'm talking about the whole 7-minute shenanigans that they pulled against Team Vietnam the other night. So watch out for the Bruno, watch out for the fast ending team fighting, watch out for the infinite team fighting, and then you have 1 box checked off. The other is to play tight. Prove to the world that this version of Team Laos is a team that is worth watching and is a team that is ready to represent Mekong on an international scale. Because in just a bit, you will see that Team Indonesia, it's, you know, Team Liquid ID, you know who it is, plus Ju. Kabuki is already part of that roster anyways in MPL ID Season 16. And Laos, though, Team Laos, you'll see their names in just a bit. I'm looking at the database. I'll tell you, I have to be honest, folks watching at home, Joseph, with you as my witness, I've never called a match featuring these athletes.
Yeah. And I think if I remember, what a name, by the way. Team roster here. Roblox, Robinks, Dark Baby. Dark Baby. Baby Shiba. And then there's just lifestyle.
Right?
So
see, like,
this is a lifestyle, man.
If I casted a game with a player named Dark Baby, I would know. I'll tell you now. But I've never. So what an introduction, a reintroduction to Team Laos.
Very interesting. I think because like even if you try to pull them up, like some of the information that we have available to us, I don't even know if it's the same. Yeah, it looks like it is different players in their, you know, and that have represented Laos in some of the different international tournaments and everything else. Yep. So this might be one of those cases where this could be a completely new roster for a lot of us watching Laos, but one of the things that we can just say is that's how they have to approach the game. Approach the game in the best way they can against a team like Indonesia, and they showcase what their play style is going to be. But knowing that region, like, again, we have to look at the bigger picture here from what knowledge we have. The Mekong region and everything else. They love to play the game that Indonesia does. You know, they like to go and battle things out, play a little fast. I think generally, Leo, like, everybody's kind of adjusted to this. Like, even the Philippines, who has been primarily, you know, very objective based for the past couple of years, but then, you know, over the past maybe half a year or a year, they've really switched up things up as well. I see more teams doing this. Like, I almost feel like they're more even comfortable fighting the current play style, the current meta that we have.
Yeah, what you're trying to get at, Joseph, is the fact that team fighting is now unavoidable. Games are won off of the back of snowballing. Deathballing is no longer a niche strat that fits just specific teams. In the heyday of one of your favorite teams in the history of Mlbb Esports, RSGPH, this was their strat. This was a major tool in the arsenal of one coach Panda, Brian Lim, wherein we win fights, we convert. We win fights, we convert. No, that is just the name of the game in Mlbb right now. So what Team Indonesia is doing is they're taking it to 11. They are fighting endlessly. As soon as I respawn, I'm in the fight. I'm surprised these dudes aren't even rocking Arrival, because I'm pretty sure they would love to. But, you know, fight. Next thing you know, you're blinded by rage, and they pushed you 2 towers deep down bottom. That is the MO for this version of Team Indonesia. So that's something that Team Laos should be watching out for.
How did they, because I didn't get a chance to see it, how did they have a 7-minute game? They did it without arrivals? Because I remember it reminds me of last year's qualifiers. You know,
Team USA.
A team from Team USA did something very similar. So, but I think they had arrivals, if I remember right. They did something like that. So how did this work for Indonesia this time?
Team Indonesia, in case y'all didn't know, the other night, for the lack of a better term, sorry for my French, massacred Team Vietnam. And I'll tell you now how, Joseph, and good people watching at home.
Tell me.
They did it with the help of Team Vietnam. Vietnam helped them. All right, Joe got to be specific. He is the culprit. He is guilty. He threw himself into the loving arms of Team Indonesia consistently and constantly. I'm not so sure if with the consent and communication of his team, but that helped tip the scales and give him so much economy to snowball on Kabuki. And because of their lineup, all right, it's not just Joga. I think I would be disingenuous to say it was all just Joga's fault, because everyone at that point just shouldn't have fought, and everyone died for no good reason at all. The fact that their lineup had almost 0 wave clear, it was a mid-Angela on that just helped. All right, so that's what I mean when I say Team Vietnam helped Team Indonesia get that 7-minute win, sub 7-minute win. And if it was another draft, like if you changed 2 picks, 3 picks, and if Vietnam was a little more conservative, maybe we would have seen a 9-minute game.
That's still incredible, though, to think about it, like a game that fast. You know, there's still the opportunity or the potential for that to happen, even though like within the game there's been, you know, some like safety placement holders for that to happen, even on the turrets, finding that early and everything else. So I'm surprised it worked, but like you said, it unfortunately had to be you know, an effort also from the other side. So I don't know. I don't want to say I expect to see that here from Laos. Now, Laos in Group B currently, if I am seeing this correctly, they are 1-1 in terms of the matches. They're 2-3 overall for games. Indonesia, of course, is 4-1 for the games, and they're 2-0 right now. So they might be in a very similar position to Philippines after we finish up today, because, like I said, on stream we're going to be seeing them compete twice here on the stream. So I think that's the main thing. Again, is really to see what Indonesia has left on the table for us. Now, always at this point of the qualifiers, I feel like teams like to go ahead and test the grounds a little bit, like test the limits a little bit with some of the drafts. We actually saw some pretty interesting things even yesterday alone. Some of the picks, we do see some teams still going, like if they get a YSS, for example, they'll put something like a fighter in the gold lane. We saw this lineup with a Mincetar and a Chip yesterday. That was a very interesting lineup to, because like when we were talking about it in the draft, me and Gani were like, I wonder how this is gonna work, because we know that teams like to typically go fighter gold, YSS is there, but then you throw in a chip who like kind of fell off a little bit like in the current meta, but it worked so well, man. It even caught the Lancelot in a lot of the times, because again, you just have like the shortcut to bring in the Mincetar, and then King's Calling to follow through as well. So I feel like we're in a very nice kind of flexible meta that's still somehow developing even now. Like, I feel like I've been saying that for a while. So I don't know, we're getting to the draft, and this is exactly where we're going to see that kind of fall into place here.
Patch 1.9.9 is the hot pick. I hope that kind of change. But I would categorize it still as cheese, you know? This whole chip plus Mincetar. I don't know if we'll see it here. Cheese. But, you know, if anyone's going to pull it out, I'm hoping it's Laos. Because Indonesia are beyond that now. Even their whole 7-minute victory was still drafted with a very tight lineup. So now, going into game number 1, Indonesia on the play. They are prioritizing... looks like they still want a Lancelot here.
Yeah. These are quick bans. Quick bans coming through. The last one, kind of the decision. I think maybe they go an XP ban. XP lane maybe ban here.
CC still on. CC still out, yep.
Yeah, maybe the CC. There it is. So CC's being banned out now. Laos, I don't know. Imagine they just swerve it and they do take out the Lancelot, since they already banned out the YSS as well. Just to kind of leave things into a situation where it's like, all right, what are we going to park in the jungle? But that's what I was saying, man. We have so many good picks. Like, even if you get through some of these power bans or these targeted bans, there's so much left, so much creativity left on the table that you can go ahead and draft in certain compositions. Yeah. So Laos is probably giving that some thought here.
So Laos still takes care of one of the main commodities of the current metagame, the 1-1. So left open is the Eve, the Lancelot, and the Baksha. They go for the Lancelot still, despite the bans, rather the nerfs. So Laos should prioritize one or the other. Oh yeah, Zushin still. They didn't touch Zushin. So forget about it with the whole Eve thing. Zushin is still broken. Would you go Zushin Baksha? Zushin Phoveus. Alright.
Phoveus.
Laos, these two picks, something tells me they're relying on old tricks. This is comfort.
I like it. I like that they get two solid choices. I think I would like to see the Eve in action. I don't know if Indonesia wants to go ahead and pick it up, but hopefully we get to see that, just so we get to see some of the changes.
They get a Moskov, and they also pick up the glue. What happens here is, because of the Phoveus, you kind of soft block the Arlet. So I don't think we're going to see the Arlet anymore, especially from Team Indonesia, given the glue. But Laos, yeah, again, this is my theory. This is my working approach to the draft. It's old favorites. There's the Joy in the Jungle.
Okay, Joy in the Jungle. They've got a whole lot of magic damage, man. You know, so it makes me wonder, like, at least for the gold lane, maybe you want to go ahead and, like, get a Granger. But I almost feel like the Granger is going to be banned out. You could also go for the Bruno if they decide. You know, again, that's the one thing. We kind of just have to throw some ideas out there, just because we don't have that information for Laos. Good ban, though. I mean, it's a good ban, but I'm sad to see it banned out, because I wanted to see the Eve. I'm sure at some point today we will. As I was mentioning, Granger would probably be one of the priorities for the gold lane for Laos. That's banned out. I wouldn't be surprised if it's one more gold lane option that Indonesia picks. Maybe the Bruno, or perhaps a Claude even. Because they have a Moskov. I mean, unless they're like, because they know, like, this is way too much magic damage. We don't have to deal with a Harith.
Yeah. So I think Indonesia will allow Laos to get the Harith, because all you got to do is build an Athena shield, the Radiant Armor, you're good to go. What I am worried about is the Claude, though. So do they ban the Claude? Because that's a lot of... Alright, no. That's a lot of Art of Thievery stacks on the glue alone once he goes spread. Gatot gets banned. Still no roamers for Team Laos.
Alright, roam option. They could pick it here or save it and just go the gold lane, because I don't know. I think Bruno. I don't. Yeah. Okay. Bruno. Hey, there's the Iesf. Iesf gets picked up. Oh my goodness. What if they go the Angela?
This is the first time I'm seeing Iesf in a while. Joseph, if they pick Angela, I'll tell you now, it's very greedy, but also has the potential to just be a stompy lineup. But I like how they answer with the Cho. That's a witty special. Whoever gets into the Hearthguard, if ever it is an Angela pick, gets picked off. But the Aurora, what is Yahazkiel? What are you doing? What are we cooking here, Mr. Wiseman?
He just wants to freeze him because this is a mobility lineup, man. It wasn't the Angela, it was the Tigreal. This is a mobility lineup. How do you stop mobility? You just freeze him in the tracks.
Yep, given that Laos is very short ranged, they're gonna have to get into proximity, and that's one way to punish with the Aurora. I was thinking maybe Vexana might show up, but we might have to save that for a game or two down the line, because she also got buffed. I think Indonesia are hedging their bets, risking their picks in the very safe spots, because look at Laos. This is an old draft. Tell me this has not come from 6 months ago. Tell me this is not a draft you saw from an older patch. While Indonesia said, you know what? All right, well, we'll pick the risky hero in mid, and then everything else will be heroes we're comfortable with anyways.
And I think part of this, too, I want to see how this Lancelot performs, man, after the changes here. So we are about to jump in to the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of today. It's Indonesia versus Laos, this best of 3 to move a little bit closer to the next stage here for the Iesf Asian and Oceania qualifiers. Now, as Leo and I have mentioned, some changes have quickly happened overnight. Nothing too big, nothing too crazy, but one thing to keep an eye on is this Lancelot from Sin. Is it going to be a big difference or not? And the Joy, of course, they're going to go for their typical starts here.
Joseph, you already shared your 2 cents is maybe it won't be enough. Because again, reduced scaling damage for Lancelot's ult, Phantom Execution, that's a problem you're going to have to deal with 10 minutes down the line. Second skill, the Thorn Rose, reduced damage output. Again, you don't really get it for the damage. You use it to be able to weave in and out of risky situations, tight spots that Lancelot might find himself in. So putting it in the hands of Ju, very promising jungler for Team Indonesia, I'm with it. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm looking here for Team Indonesia's emblems, except maybe Roblox!
Oh, wow. Roblox taking out first blood. This is, hey, as you mentioned, man, this is a witty special. We've seen him do it before, time and time again. You can get an early kill on that Cho in the early game. You're going to be a threat now for the rest of this. So we'll go ahead and back out of it, but early first blood for them is great. Now, part of this, too, for Laos is playing into their level 4, playing into that first objective. That's what they're kind of working for, because we know how good an implosion can be, especially with a beacon, but that little bit of a delay might affect them into the first objective. It's up in a couple seconds, so they're going to scrap for the XP that they can get.
Also unfortunate that it was on the mid laner. It was on Roblox, who, again, looking at the item build or the emblems and his intent for this lineup, he shouldn't have died there. He should actually keep himself relatively safe, play conservatively. Look at this, the start!
Oh, they're already going to go for it. Phantom Execution already used. Roblox will go down as Wiseman picks up a kill. The beats are going to come down, but they burn the flickers out. Forget the turtle. Let's just fight is what they say. Meanwhile, in the gold lane, a 1v1 as Dark Baby fell to Leonardo. But now for the rest, still in the mid lane, a little bit of freeze here. Pops the Vengeance. Is Lifestyle going to be able to get out of this? No, sir. Arnada picks up a kill.
Dark Baby got put in the corner by Kabuki single-handedly. That happened off camera. I don't even know what the story was of that 1v1, but you don't do that against an MPL ID veteran like Kabuki, like Indonesia's Leonardo. Look at this. Witty's got ill intent for Dark Baby. And say what you will about a delayed turtle take, but this is all according to Indonesia's timing.
It's crazy how just that little sequence now gets them to a pretty good lead. There's a kick, Way the Dragon right into a whole lot of CC.
Baby!
As Baby Sheba goes down. Unfortunate there, and you know, we're seeing it, Leo. I mean, this is the amount of crowd control this lineup gives Indonesia, and you know, it's synced up perfectly. Whether it's a kick, whether it's the, you know, the Aurora just locking him down with the freeze here, and it's tough to deal with, I think, if you're Laos, because it's kind of like you're trying to catch your breath, but you're frozen half the time or kicked.
Joseph, it's not like Laos don't have the tools to deal with it. They have their own level of CC, even some level of immunity, but Indonesia's just playing on a whole other level. Oh, a kick finds Baby Sheba!
He's even going to kick the tank, but this time, Baby Sheba, tanky enough to survive. Dark Baby could be in trouble. Take some hits, but ultimately going to be fine. And so, I don't know, man. It's just witty. Every time the way the dragon up, he's just going to go for the kick. Doesn't matter who it is. I think they just want to see if they can, combo enough to get a kill.
Yep, this is a case of it's not what you got, it's how you use it. And what Laos has is good, actually, with their short-range dive comp with a lot of CC and purifies of their own cleanses. They should be able to fight back, but I think the Filipino viewers will understand what I'm saying is I think Laos got an aura on them. Laos is afraid of Indonesia. That's my theory, is they know that this is a juggernaut they're fighting against, and they have to play defensively. They're put in an automatically defensive position.
Yeah, you can see that even with the early rotate, XP laners making their way for this turtle fight that's about to break out. You have the follow through down in the mid lane. They'll clear this out. Lifestyle. We'll take a couple shots. Arnauto's going to be fine, though. Turtle's up. You can see the switch, though. Kabuki, Leonardo winning up top. He can join the fight if he wants to with a Spear of Destruction. So this is where we have to see, can Baby Sheba get an implosion? But there's a setup already with a Frigid Glacier. Not used just yet, holding on to it. But again, turret goes up top. Here's the Spear of Destruction. It's going to find the land. Does he follow through? Turtle still for the fight. Sin will go ahead and grab it. Indonesia securing the objective. Now the fight's still going to break out. Sheba's still up. Witty could be in trouble. It should be able to just hop on over the wall. But Lifestyle wants a kill. But they lost Roblox. It's one long team fight. All for the objective, and Indonesia will get that plus a turret.
Not a good day to be Roblox of Team Laos. Already suffering 3 deaths in under 6 minutes. I think Indonesia are even testing their limits because they're not even bum rushing these turtles. They're not bum rushing any rotations. They're actually just taking them as they come. And you're seeing here, all the more, that the change to Lancelot doesn't affect them at all. It's not really even damage. It's not even defensively you're using that Thorned Rose. You saw him use it to help secure the turtle. So you can do that offensively too.
Yeah, so at this point, it's... Somehow, I think Laos is still in a good position to, buy some time, get to where they need to be. Because, they're tanky enough as well. Baby Sheba, yeah, Baby Sheba got kicked around a couple times, but ultimately has done well surviving those initiations. And we've seen it before, an implosion can really change the course of, these earlier team fights, especially around objectives. And I think you're just waiting for enough damage to be built up for Dark Baby. Now, I think that's still going to take time because when we looked at the items, you could see that Dark Baby was quite behind. Just because, again, Robinks, okay, he's fine. But still, bottom side into the Frigid Glacier again. The crowd control just layered so well from Indonesia, not giving Laos a chance to really respond.
Laos got nothing on the board, no turrets, no major objectives, no kills. Huge deficit in gold, looking at about 6K. This is something that maybe Indonesia will do here with the final turtle, what they did against Vietnam in their 7-minute game. They'll let this turtle evolve into the Lord. Because we're 30 seconds off. It spawned in the lower quarter. Gonna get replaced very soon. Oh, wait. Oh, no, Yehezkiel already hit it. I think Yehezkiel is gonna help secure. So they want the maximum value of these the economy a turtle provides.
Yeah, they'll go ahead and grab it. There it is. Now 3 for 3. The turtles here for Indonesia, and this is what I was looking at. For gold earned, you can see how far behind the gold laner right now is for Dark Baby. For Laos, you got to catch up somehow, some way, but then you're almost forced in a situation where, especially on an Nearthel, you kind of got to stay with the team. You can't really be off on your own with how Indonesia can move around the map, especially that they got these early turrets with the work here. I mean, look at that. One little Thorn Rose. Random execution go in. Nice toss in. Sin goes down. They get punched under the tier 2 turret. Witty waiting patiently. Might go for a kick. Has a concussive blast as well. Leonardo will go ahead and make the way. There's the way of the dragon to keep Lifestyle right pinned into the wall. Pops the vengeance, but might not be enough as he goes down too. The conceal going to be used. What does Laos want to do? They actually want to go in for the fight here. It looks like they do. Roblox leading the charge alongside Robinks. He picks up Leonardo, looking for another. Witty's able to flicker out and survive. But now Dark Baby could be in trouble. Arnauto will jump on off. So at least a response from Laos.
You know what? Chin, Ju dying here, that was kind of warranted. They helped set up and paid for that push up top. But Leonardo, Kabuki actually falling, that's a shame. I don't think Team Indonesia saw that coming. And this is us seeing that Laos has something left in the tank. Laos, pulse still beating. Silver lining here for the Mekong region athletes that they can actually punish Team Indonesia. So already 9.5 minutes in, Lord spawning in about 20. Something tells me what Laos should do is maybe not ube so much, because it's so easy for them to get punished hard if Indonesia decides to lean in on it.
Oh.
Aran goes for the spread. Oh, he gets pulled in.
Oh, no. Still have the passive here. Right now, Yiska will go down. Wise Man out of the picture. Spirit Destruction thrown on out. Does follow through, and now Robing falls down. There's the kick. Witty will get the Purify out. Still going to be on the hunt for Roblox. And meanwhile, the fight is split up as Dark Baby goes down. It's a triple right there for Ju, making a Maniac. He wants the Savage. He might make his way to this. Arnada keeping him there. Lifestyle knows what's coming. Dark waves through. He'll get the Savage. Ju Shin makes it through. And what a play into the Lord.
Indonesia's own Chin. Ju gets the Savage. What I tell you, Joseph, what I tell you, don't group up like that. Do something to answer to the split push by Kabuki. And instead, they fed a Savage over plus a Lord to Ju. And now it's worse than ever. 9,000 between Team Indonesia and Team Laos. Here's the thing. Laos has less than ideal wave clear. Wow. Dark Baby just barely gets away. It's another fight waiting to happen.
I think they just want to keep fighting it out. Dark Baby popping the heavy crossbow just to escape the auto attacks from Kabuki. Leonardo, man. It's a dire place to be. You're 10,000 gold behind. And you got a Lord, making its way up top. Can they hold on? I think that's the biggest question here for Laos, because right now Indonesia has just been wanting to fight back to back to back, just like we've seen them do in the previous matches. So this is tough. Top turret going to be worked on. Leonardo, go ahead and work on that. Lord just now up to the base. Will charge into a destroyed turret.
A little nub.
They'll hold on.
Oh. Now look at this. 2v1. The Indonesian Chin Ju recently got a Savage. Takes down Roblox. They're in the base.
Oh, they're going to go in. They have to pop the Purify. Still going to be working on it. Lord did go down, so they are going to be able to clear the minions out. Wise Man to fall. Right now, Laos still holding it together. They're going to clear the waves out the best they can. Leonardo going to be firing off on Lifestyle. Lifestyle jumping in with the Infernal Pursuit. Has a little bit of shield left. Will be able to heal back up, but still goes down. Not enough sustain there for Lifestyle. But what Laos did is held on. They're still in the game. They're down one member. Lifestyle not a part of this fight. Indonesia calls it off. They got the 2 turrets. They're happy with that.
Lifestyle and Roblox are experiencing the hardest time in this bout against Team Indonesia. Phoveus and Zushin are 2 of the most powerful heroes in the current metagame. More so Zushin, right? She's still banned consistently in the first phase, even in our own League of MPL Philippines. But specifically, for Roblox, this Zushin, the 25-year-old from Laos, he already had a very bad start. He's the one who they drew first blood on. He's the one that got killed first, but look at this. They're still trying, giving it their old Laotian Boy Scout try, conceal into Team Indonesia.
Oof. Yeah, I gotta say, even down the thousands of gold that they are here.
10, Joseph, 10.
10,000.
10,000.
10 Gs. It's
10 bans in UK.
They still want to fight, man. Like, Laos is still showing some form of confidence. I think the difficult part of it is, again, look at the angles that Indonesia is setting up at. That's the problem, because if they try to go ahead and contest into the jungle, or let's say into this Lord, which is coming up in a couple seconds, Laos is going to have to keep their head on a swivel, as I like to say. They're going to have to watch every single angle that Indonesia can come through on. And so that's kind of the decision-making that we're seeing them make. Like, should we actually approach this Lord? Should we try to contest this as it's being started up by Shin over here? So, looks like they're just going to secure it. Laos will have no decision, but just to go ahead and prep up, ready to defend to the base.
Team Laos is clearing waves. This is possibly the best thing that they can do. Maybe only second to clearing the opposite wave, the long wave. They find Aran hiding in that little brush. The spread from the Indonesian XP laner. Robinx forced to use the electrifying beats to get out. So, weirdly enough, even if they are down this severe, I think Team Laos are still making the right decisions. You know, don't pick fights.
Yep.
Stay in your base, wait for the waves to come in so you get some passive resources. Dark Baby getting the Wind of Nature here should help against Leonardo, against Chin, even against Widdy, one might argue. But the big question to ask is, will they survive this Lord? Because this is, for a lot of people, will say it's endable. Oh no, Dark Baby!
Dark Baby in trouble! Arnon stuck on him, but still going to be fighting. Now, it's Widdy that goes down first. The passive already popped from Wiseman. Laos is fighting back as Lifestyle dunks on him. But now, Chin, part of the fight, looking for the kill on Roblox. Couple hits, will get it. The rest of the team kind of join here into the base, into the fight, clear the waves out. Lifestyle gets the airtime, but will fall. And now the base is going to be locked here, looking for one more kill. Robinx trying to buy time, and Leonardo will just go on the hunt. Kabuki, there's the Spear Destruction. He'll be able to join that fight too. Finds Dark Baby. And Immortality is going to be popped, but that's not anything to worry about as the base will go down. A Maniac at the end there for Kabuki. And there you go, game one for Indonesia.
Even when Team Indonesia took that fight fast and loose, they still got away with the dub. That is what a huge gold gap gets you. The separation between the economic values that both teams were holding was enough to change the level of firepower they were playing with. Mind you, Team Indonesia lost members first, so there was a numbers advantage for Team Laos, but despite that, it was still Team Indonesia who ended right then and there. 15 minutes. If I think they played it a little more aggressively, if they sent Kabuki, Leonardo over to split push more aggressively, they could have ended much sooner.
Yeah, looking at the highlights here, of course, for match one, it was a game that was pretty much controlled from Indonesia from start to finish. I feel like Laos had some moments where, you know, there could have been something. It's always one of those cases, Leo, where it's like, if they weren't down 10,000 gold, then maybe that would have been a different story. Even that last fight into the base, you know, but ultimately what got Indonesia that 10,000 gold to work through is these early fights, you know, these are early objectives, these early setups from Widdy to go ahead and, you know, find the kicks on the right mark. Ju or Chin just kind of making the plays. I mean, he got a Savage at around the 10-minute mark for this game. So, you know, you get a Savage and then a Maniac in one game. That's just how dominant it was for Indonesia.
You know what? I forgot that he even got a Savage. I was so focused on the macro execution and how possibly Laos could get themselves out of this rut. But yeah, again, you have that much economy on a Lancelot this fast. Maybe if we're talking about how Laos could fall back, number one is draft a little tighter. Looking at their drafting sequence, they banned the Yusen, the Selena, and the Wanwan. Maybe the Selena was something that they could have tested out first. Maybe they could have let that through and instead banned the Yusen and the Lancelot. But I don't blame them. Again, they traded for a Zushin and Phoveus. Maybe the Phoveus was the one that came in too soon. Maybe they were too afraid of Aran's Arlot.
Yeah, I guess I got the answer that I was looking for with the Lancelot too. You know, it doesn't seem like it was affected too much. But also this just could have been one of those games where Chin was able to go ahead and play this out of his mind. Like you said, we got a Savage, but part of that too is you just get set up so well. The layering of the crowd control that you see from Indonesia's lineup is what really set things, like set the tone, you know, for this game, because it was a lot of the way of the Dragon kicks into the Frigid Glacier and, you know, vice versa. I mean, even for Aran to go ahead and set things up with the glue, a lot of times his target was solely Dark Baby. Like, Dark Baby had a hell of a time, you know, trying to get away. Wow, that was some, that shook me, man. I don't know if you heard that. That was some thunder.
Yes. For those of y'all who are in the Metro Manila area in the Philippines, stay safe and dry. But everyone else around the world, enjoy the broadcast. Enjoy this showcase by Team Indonesia. Again, we expected for them to perform well. We expected for them to, you know, take the dub against Laos, knowing what we know about Team Indonesia. But a Savage wasn't in my bingo card. Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Not in this match, at least. Because again, we know Laos, we know Mekong, we know the kind of ML they play. I guess they just weren't ready for a hungry young jungler like Chin.
Yeah, it's impressive. Like I said, you know, to have this game where you get the Savage and then you get a Maniac there too. So it makes me think for Laos, kind of like, what do you want to do when it comes to the draft? Because that's what I was saying. You know, for a lot of the times, it's like you have all these quality bans out. Like you mentioned, there was a couple of heroes you said maybe they could have let slip through, or maybe they prioritize a little bit differently.
Selena, play with play with the Selena maybe.
Maybe the Selena, like, but I feel like even the Selena, in this sense, it's like we've seen the Selenas so many times now, and it's if they don't get the arrows that they're looking for in the early game, and I feel like this would have been one of those games. Maybe they slowed down the crowd control layering that we saw in the early game if they were throwing arrows out. You know, like if they were throwing those arrows out, then yeah, that could have changed the course of the early game. So would love to see how they kind of adjust for Game 2's draft. I think Laos in general just needed a lot more to go in their favor here for them. It was those little glimpses, and I remember saying this specifically even yesterday with like Brunei, for example. It's like you see these little glimpses when they're up against these powerhouse teams where it's like you want to see more of that. So hopefully they can channel that for Game 2. But we're going to be taking a short break for our players to go ahead and get situated before Game 2 is ahead of us. Right now it's 1-0. It's match point for Indonesia. It's me, Naisu, and Leo. We'll be back after the break. And welcome back, everybody, after the short break. Just a couple minutes there. Hope you got to grab your snacks and your hydration because we're about to go into game number 2 here for Indonesia and Laos. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Leo to bring you the action for today. Now, if you happen to miss game 1, it was pretty dominant for Indonesia. I think, again, this was what we were talking about leading into the matchup. So Laos showed some moments of some fight, against Indonesia. Indonesia did get a savage and a maniac, mind you, for that. So that's how strong of a game they had. But, Laos, I think we have to go ahead and kind of break down what can they do. What can they do to go ahead and potentially get to a game 3 here? Because, again, anytime you're up against a powerhouse team, it's like, I feel like from an athlete's perspective, it's like you really want to break it down and not be too overwhelmed. So, Leo, in your analytical perspective, what's maybe like 1 or 2 points that you would say would be the biggest thing that they can change here going into game 2? It can be the draft, it can be the game execution itself.
Number 1, specifically, take away the Lancelot from the young Jonathan Chin. All right, don't give this 18-year-old upstart jungler from Indonesia the Lancelot, because yes, it was nerfed, maybe slightly more nerfed than Yisun Shin, but still don't. All right, so my best practice is allow the Selena, again, roll the dice, okay, see what Yehezkiel is going to do with it, but in my book, it couldn't be worse than what Chin did to you. All right, so let through the Selena. If you can get your hands on the Lancelot, better. That might be a way for you to crawl back. But a second thing to do is, I don't know how deep their hero pool is, Joseph. That's the thing. I don't know if it really is that dire, or what was that?
For which one? From Laos?
Or was it Roblox? Wait, who was their roamer?
The roamer was
Baby Shiba.
Baby Shiba. Tigreal.
Yeah, I don't know if Baby Shiba's hero pool is very specifically for that kind of roamer, but maybe allow for that to be a little bit of a flex. If you're capable of more than just a Tigreal, because there's a reason why we don't see Tigreal in the highest level of competition right now. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Tigreal in, MPL PH, MPL. I don't even know when we last saw it in MPL ID. So maybe allow for that to switch. Now here we go. Team Indonesia, are they going to risk it? Lancelot's still out there.
Give it to Robinks. We want to see Robinks play the Lancelot now.
Robing.
And even for Dark Baby, man. Oh, they don't ban it, so it's open. It's for the taking here.
Now!
They took out CC, so insta-lock, dude. Insta-lock.
There's the long Lancelot.
Lancelot. Now, is this Farsa? The Baksha? Farsa Baksha.
Yep.
All right.
This is a textbook response by Team Indonesia. Laos can maybe...
would this be the best response for Lancelot? Is Baksha really the answer?
Granger Eve. It can flex, and it's okay in Witty's hands. Like, I don't see it as a direct answer to Lancelot anyways.
That's true, yeah. All right. Do Laos, so they get the Gadakacha, the Granger. This was, I feel like, what they really probably were debating in the previous game, if they should have taken that Granger earlier on, because it was banned in that second phase. So they go that here. Indonesia, though. Moskov, maybe? Yeah, lock in, like, the gold laner, I would assume. Just so you have that, it's not banned out. But then again, like, we know more of the hero pool of Indonesia, that it runs pretty deep.
Yeah.
For over here for Indonesia, in comparison to Laos.
Which puts us in a very specific spot, wherein even while they're in blue, Laos is very reactive, because we know what Indonesia is capable of. We know what they prioritize and what they want to do. Laos, they have to just respond. And sadly, they have to cater to this very specific pick. How do they lock down the Fanny? Because I'll tell you now, the Gatot ain't enough. The Gatot Kacha, I guess I got the answer to my question, right? Does Baby Shiba's hero pool go so deep? It's able to play a Gatot, so at least that. But it's not enough to answer the Fanny.
Yeah, I was gonna say, could they somehow flex the Gadakacha and then like pick up a Cho or pick up a Kufra or something? to go ahead and try to help deal with this Fanny because, oh man, that's the thing. These Fanny specialists, man, and most of them are in the Philippines and Indonesia. You know, they're these specialists, and they'll do work whether you allow them to or not. So you need to have a direct answer for it. If they don't, then maybe something even like a Hilda, just to put that pressure into the jungle, because like you mentioned, Garakacha is not enough to deal with the Fanny. And even if you try to deal with the Fanny, you're going to have a Baksha in your face rolling around. So
I'll tell you now, Joseph, even the Hilda seems like a half measure. And Indonesia took care of the two main culprits of putting down Fannies in the current metagame, the Cho and the Badang. Only now available left would be the Akai, the Kufra, the Ruby, but these are specific picks. Like, they don't just fit in randomly, especially into this first phase draft by Team Laos. So they take away one more pick. This is Aran's Arlet. I think they're fine. You know what? Indonesia can even glue. Doesn't matter. They still have a glue.
They could glue, they could Iesf, they could...
But they can wait for the mid laner. They can wait for the mid laner. I would say Lapu's better if they wanted to pick it now.
Yeah.
Or they can gold lane. Moskov. Even Harith. I think even Harith is lethal here. Because Fanny's physical.
Yeah. If you did Harith and then you got... Yeah, so if you did Harith and then you get Lapu, like, on the trade, you have enough physical damage. Like, Lapu alone does enough for himself, kind of like that support physical damage to what a Fanny can do here. So, we'll see what the answer from Laos is going to be. Again, Garakacha could be possibly flex, but there's the Kagura. Now for this, where is it going? Is this going to be the XP lane pick, or is this going to be the roam pick for Laos here? I think. Okay, so Garakacha's going in the roam, Phoveus in the XP, so it's going to be lifestyle again, running that Phoveus.
So the Phoveus is an answer to the Harith, because again, it's a little boy, he's going to be dashing in. So that's fine. But again, you're literally, this is Laos just telegraphing, we don't want nothing from Chin. We don't want nothing from that Fanny. We'll win elsewhere. There's the Edith. This is a pick for Aran. And it's good against the Phoveus. I like how it's just enough CC to make the Kagura worry. So Roblox has to really consider where he uses that Purify. I was afraid that Indonesia weren't going to give him anything to worry about. Maybe possibly waste that part of Kagura's kit, but here they found it. It's either the jump from Widdy or the full-on onward Earthshatter combo from Aran.
Yeah, they have so many tools. Again, Indonesia does this a lot, where they have multiple options to go ahead and start things up or peel if they need to. It's a funny, like, that's a funny thing though too. With this lineup, they only need to take care of Kabuki, Leonardo on the Harith. Like, that's all they have to take care of, because everybody else can get away on their own. You know, you can cable on out, you can wings on wings out. And so the job is easier now for Aran and Widdy. So let's see if Laos can go ahead and contest against this. Again, it's game 2 here in Indonesia after a dominant game 1 win. Will we get to see the likes of a game 3 here for Laos? We'll find out. They got the Lancelot. That's what they wanted to take away from Indonesia, and they are going to be able to start with it. So this is where we get to see if Robinx can replicate what we saw Chin do in the previous game.
He's already done one good thing, is take it away from Chin, right? You deny the momentum from Chin after scoring that Savage, but now he's facing another challenge, is how does he use this Lancelot's kit to get his team out of sure defeat? No, wow, look at this. Yehezkiel and Widdy very low.
Yeah, I think that was a part of the plan here. Baby Sheba could be in trouble. Another cable. First blood in the hands of Chin. I think that's what they wanted, man. They knew that they had to revitalize, and they were just like, you know, stay here for a little bit longer, bait it a little bit, and then they even got the revitalize from Baby Sheba out.
They put Baby Sheba to sleep. Snap time, Lil Gatot. And we're back to square one. This is where we saw Team Laos when we opened up the series. An early first blood in mid, and then the rest of the map slowly getting taken over by Team Indonesia. This XP lane matchup is only going to get worse. This XP lane matchup is going to come to a point wherein even Lifestyle wants to get out of there earlier because of the potential of Aran to go 1v1 against him.
Yeah, and that's the thing about an Edith. I know we don't see the Edith pop up too much, like in you know, in competitive play, even in our own region and everything. But it's like those specific players that can still make it work really well. And part of that is just the amount of crowd control that she provides to the team, and then the damage,
the unorthodox amount of burst you can get from a fully built Edith in the mid to the late game. It's disgusting. I'll tell you now.
Especially with Warcry.
Especially with Warcry. So even Aran is telegraphing the fact that you better respect my damage or else it's gonna hurt. Roblox coming in, gets knocked up by Aran.
Oh, Roblox not finding the connection. There's a Fed airstrike, and just to join the party at the right time, here's Shin. Baby Sheba already gone. Go to sleep once again. Aran dealing with Chin, or Lifestyle rather. Oh, Lifestyle is actually going to go down, and now in the mid lane, I don't think they pressure Roblox. So Indonesia will get the objective. They get a couple kills off of it. Whoa.
Indonesia. Oh, wait. A flicker used by Yehezkiel here.
Oh! Dark Baby went all the way up to the mid lane, and he just died.
Dark Baby seeing black. That is one of the worst punishes I've seen from an attempted double lane. And now Robing. Seeing here that Leonardo and Witty are rotating. Tries to get him down.
Oh, punctured into the Phantom Execution. Everything else, he'll get the flicker out. Even utilizing the Retribution. So Robinks not able to get the kill.
I think Robinks, if the rest of the map wasn't so dire, could have tried to kill Leonardo. The only thing that Kabuki was holding on to was the damage reduction from that turret. Now in the orange, oh no, Chin commits Grand Theft Orange!
Oof. That's going to be tough. Robinks is not having a good time, man. There's been multiple things now in the past like minute where he's just, you know, having stuff taken from him. He should be able to get his purple. It looks like he's like, Lifestyle, please. Help me with this one. I need the purple at least. So he's going to be able to go ahead and secure that. You can see here from the items falling into place. You got the Blade of Hepsies already for Chin.
And Chin is a threat not only to the softies, but even Lifestyle and Baby Sheba have to watch out. Team Indonesia is playing with so much battlefield mobility that suddenly Yehezkiel could be around the corner, Witty could be rolling up to you, and this makes the lane for Kabuki so safe. He is
look at the damage.
So much money.
Robinks! He just wants to jungle. He just wants to play. He does get away, but Chin still there. Retribution going to use Cutthroat too. Cables on through under the turret. Going to get that mega kill. 4-0 now for Chin. Oh, I think he might even go here. Dark Baby, run! Trying to get away. Rhapsody shots on Leonardo. There's the jump, but Dark Baby already gone. Baby Sheba a little bit too late to save Dark Baby, and now Leonardo has a little bit of shield, but finally Roblox comes in to punish him. Meanwhile, Indonesia the whole time will go ahead and secure themselves the second turtle.
This is the story of the end game push for game number 1. Team Indonesia playing it fast and loose, come what may, but they still got what they want anyways. The turtle take, the kills in the bottom lane. The only unfortunate thing I can say is the fact that, oh my god, Kabuki gets taken down, but just as fast, Dark Baby gets put to sleep again. He's just a baby.
I'm about to shout, he's just a baby. Dark Baby has been having a tough time, man. Back-to-back games. Leonardo in the 2v1. Rest of the team is going to be rotating down here, though. Witty waited patiently. There's a box shield ward in the bush. Oh, Baby Sheba. Unfortunate for Baby Sheba. Meanwhile, on the top side, Aran. Couple shots. The Primal Wrath going to be popped. Oh, the connection from the turret to Lifestyle to clean up the kill. And now Robix. I'm not sure if Robix is going to be able to get that kill. Aran should be fine. Gets back into the form here. So, man, Indonesia just finds wins across the map.
Coast to coast, even in mid, things are falling apart for Team Laos. Down goes Dark Baby again, who, contrary to popular belief, is actually not a baby. He's almost 22 years old, playing for Team Laos. But, Joseph, I could have sworn at least one lane could have been safe, could have been protected. Kabuki here drops his Diamond Force.
2v1, Witty just around the corner. Revitalize already going to be popped. Roblox is gone. Baby Sheba going to be the next target. Wise Man now joining the fight. They'll go ahead and keep them there. Yezkiel dropping down the feathered airstrike. Gets the flicker out from Lifestyle, but Dark Baby joining the fight. Popping off the Rhapsody, keeping them from following through. So Laos finding some fight back, but look at this. Indonesia still waiting through. There's the onward Earth Shadow combination we were talking about. Primal Wrath as well, and Lifestyle will jump to his death as Iran picks up a kill. Indonesia is relentless right now.
Joseph, look at this. Throughout the whole debacle, the sequence in the bottom lane, Ju, the Fanny, Chin was just pushing up top.
He's just a baby.
Dark Baby, not again!
Oh, what a flicker. Good kill, good play. He's had enough, man.
That's it. Baby knew how to fight back. Ju!
Oh, Chin. Oh, feathered airstrike to clean up Roblox. I thought Chin was going to go down there, but Ju able to come through, and luckily with Wiseman now in the mid lane. Well, wings by wings on out. Iran up in the front, tossing him over the head into their Shatter combination. Has enough damage and is tanky enough to pops the Primal Wrath. And now Robix could be in trouble. There's a couple shots, and with the war cry, the kill will go over to the Wiseman, but now Turtle for the taking. Iran will start it up, has even the orange buff, man. Chin will come in to clean things up, getting the 3 for 3 for the Turtles.
I thought Team Indonesia was going to take that Raw again without a retribution, but in comes Chin, very last second to take it. Team Indonesia, they're looking at a 8K gold lead here. It's the same story as game number 1. I mean, we might not see the Savage, but that's just icing on the cake. If anything, this lineup that they drafted in game number 2 is worse for Team Laos when it comes to the map. Sure, they fixed the whole wave clear situation, but Team Indonesia are pushing at a rate that Team Laos could not answer to.
You can see this. A feathered airstrike already dropped down. They're just going to take the tier 2. A little toss-up run. Goes in with the onward. Won't find the connection, though, to toss him over the head, but still now takes the turret. Looking to take the orange as well, or at least put pressure. Meanwhile, a push up top from Chin. Meanwhile, 4 versus 5 here in the jungle. There you go. You can't escape that, baby Sheba. And there's the Zaman forcing enough damage to come through with Leonardo to clean up. And Chin will jump in under the turret as Dark Baby falls, making another. Robix can't do anything but watch the team go down. And Indonesia showing exactly what this kind of lead will do in this game, too.
Unfortunate that Chin got taken down there. A lot of shutdown gold served over to Lifestyle, if I'm not mistaken. It was the Phobius that killed him.
Oh,
I think one problem Indonesia might have down the line is when Laos gets to build their magic defense items. You're already seeing a little bit of it on Lifestyle. Indonesia might have to play the map a little more. They might have to play it safely and won't get away with all this team fighting all over, messy shenanigans, because Lifestyle now just built his tough boots, right? What else does he have? Does he have the Radiant armor? Is he going to build another Athena shield? Because the only real physical threat is Chin. That's it.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Oh, whoa. Talk about unfortunate time to go down for Robinks. Robinks. Not now. Lord's going to be secure, though, so Chin will get that. And look at the focus in the mid lane. They want to go ahead and get this shield down if they can. Holy shield, they'll put the pressure. Witty jumping for baby Sheba. They'll hold it at bay for as long as they can, but that cannon minion's going to push in here. It'll pop the Holy Shield in the mid. They already got the bottom one down. And so they'll get ready for this push with the Lord coming forth up on that top lane.
Synced waves here for Team Indonesia. That's the Revitalize used by Witty already. So that's one major resource that Team Laos can take note of. In case we get them low enough, that's when you come in, Dark Baby. That's when the baby finally comes out of the crib. Waves up top, waves in the bottom. Chin coming in!
Chin! Oh, Chin. A little overzealous there, thinking that he could at least get the kill on Robinks, but Robinks survives. Base turret's going to be worked on. The rest of the team is up here, so even without Chin, do they still want to fight? Top turret finally going down. Primal Wrath going to be popped, and Lifestyle jumping on in. The rest of the team following in through with the crowd control, but you can already see Robinks is gone. Takes a little bit too much damage. Meanwhile, the team's still going to be finding out. Leonardo joining the fight. Double kill for Iran. A feathered airstrike to come down and lay down the artillery. They still have the wave making its way down the mid, so the next focus is this mid-face turret. But with Dark Baby still up and Roblox, they're still going to be able to defend a good burst of damage on Wiseman as Wiseman. Yezkiel will go ahead and back off, but right now, Leonardo, not sure if he can actually knock this turret down. So Laos, against it all, even 10,000 gold behind, will stay in the game again like they did in the previous one.
Joseph, I don't know if it's just an individual scale impatience. But did you see Roblox flicker in? I don't know if that was necessary.
Yeah.
You were defending, and you see the big gap in your gold. Items-wise, you're not going to be bursting anyone down from Team Indonesia like that. He flickered. He committed his major resource, his battle spell, for the hope of a kill. But now he has to deal with the lack of it, the absence of a free get-out-of-jail ticket for a minute and a half. Team Indonesia will definitely take advantage of that.
Yeah, they will. You can see this. You know, Witty was almost going to even give the call to Iran or start things up in that side of the jungle. You can see he's rotating around in the base. A feathered airstrike. They want the base turret. They'll take the bottom one. There it is. Malefic Gun going to be able to give the range to Leonardo. They're going to go and just push on forward. They take out Baby Sheba. Mid turret. The wave is still up in the mid portion of the map, so they got to push this in. Rest of the members of Indonesia will wait patiently, but with Baby Sheba gone, they have a numbers disadvantage for Laos. That wave will finally make its way, and then you'll have a fully exposed base of Laos. Now can Indonesia end it here? Witty taking a couple shots from Dark Baby. The Zaman Force already dropped down, and they get the combo off again, and Lifestyle's in trouble. They're forcing it in. They'll already lock onto the base. The next wave going to be pushing it in. They just want to end the game as Indonesia will sweep Laos.
Lucky number 13. Indonesia not wasting any time. Ends it. Gets the sweep. 2-0 against Team Laos. Joseph, I thought the Lancelot was worse. I mean, on paper, the Savage does look better. But here, because of the Fanny, they were able to just really attack the map so much more quickly and end faster.
Definitely so. You can see from the highlights here, you know, this game started off on the right foot, of course, for Indonesia. It was really difficult for Laos just because of the fact that, you know, you said, I think the concept of the composition that they had, it made some sense, but in terms of what those last picks were for Indonesia, they just completely like destroyed the game plan of it. Because when it came to these fights and then having the lead, you weren't able to do much, and they put enough pressure on the Robing, on Robinks. You know, Robinks struggled. He had so many deaths. Same with Dark Baby early on.
Yep.
That you fall so far behind so fast.
I think the most dangerous part of their draft is the Kagura pick on Roblox, because you're looking at it and it came in at the very last spot, blue 4 and 5. We didn't know that the Edith was going to show up. What was it doing? What was it going to give to Laos as a tool to try and stop Indonesia from going all the way? I don't think this is a sound pick. So this is the one part of this draft that I was hoping could have been more catered to holding down the line, clearing waves, or supporting the rest of the map so that Dark Baby can farm. But alas, this is what Laos brought to the table. This is what they believed could step forth and go up against Team Indonesia. But this is where we are. A game much faster ended.
Yeah, much quicker here. And again, that's what I was saying, you know, with the composition that Indonesia had, you saw it. Leonardo was half the time wanted to just take fights. You know, he wanted to go ahead and take these 1v2s, 1v3s. But Witty did a great job rotating where he had to be. But again, everybody could protect themselves, basically. It was just, you know, really Kabuki that you had to take care of. And even so, when it's like your XP lane here for Aran on the Edith is 5-0-8 and pumping out that much damage, you can see he even had a Feather of Heaven. You know, it's and like he just wanted to fight. He wanted to pump out the damage of the Primal Wrath, and that's exactly what happened. And you know, so you're overloaded with damage, especially when you are so scaled far behind Indonesia. That damage hurts even more. You were pointing out, like, yeah, some of the magic resist items would really help Laos. It started to, in a sense, but then again, even when you have that, you're mostly just withstanding the Feathered Airstrike, you know, and then Chin was still a problem. So was Aran, and then Leonardo could kind of come up and clean up. And if he was just jumping in with his Almond Force, it was just to force Laos in a response or a position that wasn't favorable for them to, even in the base, you know?
Yep.
So it was just kind of an overloaded situation for them.
Yeah, realistically, the whole magic defense gambit wouldn't last forever, because even Edith is playing with some true damage. Harith with Starlim Sight is playing with some true damage. So the dream was going to die for Laos eventually. And now in hindsight, again, looking through the highlights, looking at the draft, their lineup couldn't hold a battle line. Their lineup could not hold a box, a zone for them to flourish, for there to be enough damage for Dark Baby to do his thing. That's why he was getting taken out so quickly, so often. 5 deaths in this 13-minute game. We wish Team Laos the best, but this is definitely a sign that they need a lot of reps. They need more experience to step the Team Indonesia.
Like I was saying, man, I think that's going to be the case for a lot of teams out there. We echoed the same sentiments yesterday with Brunei versus Philippines, and you know, it's always, you got to take it in the sense of you get a chance to play against one of these powerhouse teams. You get to go ahead and take that information and hopefully improve as a team. Now, again, some of these players get to go on and continue to play together, and some not so often, or it depends, of course, on their region. But you can learn a lot from a game like this, especially with just how Indonesia drafted, for example, how they executed the rotations early on. And even if you look at the Lancelot, for example, how it was played in the hands of Chin from game one, you know, that might be something that can be used there for Laos in their future matches ahead of them. So hats off to them. Congratulations again, Indonesia. That's a sweep for them. It was, of course, you know, tough to see Laos. It was one-sided series there, but like we said, you got to take what you can from the series, and it was good. It was good. It was good to watch, but Indonesia looks as clean as ever, man.
Yep. Nothing yet from the new hotfix update that really took the game by storm. Maybe we'll see it in the next series tonight. Who knows?
We just might. Again, that concludes our first match of 3 for today here for the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. We still have another match. It's going to be a longer break, though, since that was a sweep. So I think we've got about 50 minutes or so. So we will see you guys after this longer break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after our long break there. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Leo to bring you our second match of the day of the 3 for the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. And we saw a pretty dominant match from Indonesia, and Leo, we're about to watch them once again.
That's right. This is a Group B match out of Southeast Asia. There is a team here that is lost amongst geographically. Guam has been grouped with these powerhouses, and they're now going up against the powerhouse of the group in Team Indonesia, who is hot off of a, what is it now? 3-match win streak. Indonesia has taken down Cambodia, they've taken down Vietnam, and just recently they beat Laos. Is Guam going to be up next?
Yeah, and their next opponents, and we're going to see that in just a second. Once again, we've been talking about it. It's Indonesia versus Guam. Again, we know Indonesia very well. Our viewers out there too, very familiar. I saw some of the chat earlier on, and they had their kind of estimates on just how strong Indonesia was throughout Game 1 and Game 2. Guam, on the other hand, my first time seeing them really was last year's ISF. I'm not sure if it's 100% the same players. We're going to have to wait to see their team roster, but let's go ahead and reintroduce Indonesia once again to everyone. It's Aran, Widi, Kabuki, Ju, and Yehezkiel. And yeah, again, very familiar names. These guys are, just very experienced. And that's the reason why a lot of the times we've been saying that this is probably the biggest obstacle for the teams to go through, whether it's Indonesia, whether that's the Philippines, or these powerhouse teams that are very familiar on the competitive side. Now, Leo, here is our roster for Guam.
That's right. Kai, Secret, Slopesy, Zukato Zen, and Hezu will be carrying the banner of Guam going into this bout. And they've already faced off against Laos, took him to the limit, forced him into Game 3. But just the same, this is a whole nother match. And going up against the team out of Group B, I think this is their hardest match yet. I don't know if I could say, but in the history of their careers as national athletes for Mlbb Esports, I could not think of a better honor to face off against the mostly part of the roster of the second placers of the recently concluded M6 World Championship.
So it's a true limit test, basically, for Guam. That's going to be the case for any of the teams that are going against the likes of Indonesia or Philippines, and even some of our other familiar teams here, some familiar players from the national sides. And that's the thing. So for Guam, I'm trying to remember last year if they had a chance to play against the Philippines or if it was also Indonesia, but I just remember shortly after they had competed and we concluded the online broadcast last year for 2024, they had found me online and they had messaged, and they were just like they were very excited and very ecstatic to just be a part of it. If I remember right too, I think last year we even had like player interviews. And we got to go ahead and talk to some of them, and the excitement and everything was there. So hopefully that carries through, because I feel like always that's the case. At the end of the day, you're up against like a very tough opponent. You can at least go in with the mindset of, let's just give it our best. Let's have some fun. I think that's always like part of the, even if you're in the competitive atmosphere, like have some fun while you're doing it. You love to play this game. That's why you're here. And maybe, again, that will alleviate some of the pressure off the shoulders, because I think sometimes you mentioned this with the aura thing for Laos in the previous match.
Yep, there was a
you deal with that.
There was a level of intimidation when even in game, like just watching them play, I could tell that Laos was in and above themselves facing off against Team Indonesia. But I'm hoping that Team Guam, after the experience that they had last year, don't have that anymore. I don't know if this is the same squad, but I know that the team behind them, the organization that's powering Guam Mlbb Esports, is the same dudes. We met them on ground in the finals in Riyadh last year. We had pictures with these young gentlemen. They were such a rowdy bunch. They were fun dudes. Even in that same day that they got eliminated after their match, they came out to us and we met them. They were such nice dudes.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to go to Guam, Leo, but it's a beautiful place. the people there are also very. They remind me in a way of, you know, the hospitality and the friendliness of Filipinos, for example. So
because they are.
they, they are, you know. But like Guam is a beautiful place, great atmosphere, and I think that translates to their gameplay too. I think it's a lot more lighthearted. Like even from the draft or the way that they approach this could be different from what we've seen. I think they play maybe towards more of like the comfort, some of the comfort picks, but I think even if you play for comfort, there's some specific heroes you cannot deny right now. And that seems to be really like the Lancelot, for example, but is still a risk for some teams that decide to just go ahead and prio him first pick blue side if that's the case. But even the sense of like the Farsas, and then of course you have the Gatakachas, some teams like to go with the Arlots. So the main thing is you can't ignore some of these heroes. Maybe you ban them out, like we've seen the 1/1s constantly banned out and everything else. I would like to see them just go that route and not deal with the Lancelot, for example. Maybe ban this out, and maybe go for like whatever their comfort might be, which we have to wait to get to the draft to see that.
Yeah, based on the amount of Mlbb we've seen in the past month, teams that have these utility junglers that are the right picks for the right situations find so much success when the Yi Sun-shins and the Lancelots of the world are banned out. I'm hoping that the young Hans Slobzy Ramos, the 18-year-old jungler for Team Guam, has that in him. I hope that their coach, Gies, has... I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
G's.
Yeah, I'm hoping that coach...
G's.
Yeah, I'm hoping coach has prepared drafts for them so that Slobzy can take advantage of that kind of gambit. That, all right, we have aggressively banned out these high-tier assassins and, you know, the menace that is Yi Sun-shin, who is in a class of his own. Time to bring it out, Slobzy. Go hit the Akai, go hit the Baksha, go hit the, I don't know, Lucas. We saw it earlier attempted in the opening weeks of MPL Philippines, because I believe there's a room in the metagame for that kind of hero, a fighter with good burst. If Slobzy can do that, then they can surprise the world. They can surprise Indonesia.
I'd like to see that variation of the jungle, you know, because we've seen a whole lot of YSS and Lancelot so far.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much. I get why, and maybe, again, that's why we had that little bit of a hot fix come through, but still, it could be... We might even have to wait till we get through the weekend ahead of us to really conclude on how much of an effect that had on the competitive atmosphere for Lancelot, for example. What I would like to see here, though, is hopefully in this series we get to see the Iesf come through. I'm not sure if that's going to be Indonesia or Guam, but again, we know that Indonesia can definitely play it. It's still one of those things, though, like if the Farsa is open and the Jushin open, you're most likely going to go for that, you know? So this is the other thing I was going to say, Leo. Like, Guam probably was... I'm assuming they were watching the last match, so some of their bans will probably reflect that. They do take out the Fanny. That's out of the picture. So this is the Fanny and the Lancelot being banned out. We might see a priority for the YSS here unless Guam decides to take it out.
I don't think Guam should let it through. Like, you gotta ban it now.
Just ban it.
Because you're on red. You can't play for it and allow it through without getting punished. So ban it now, because we know that that's where this is going. Zushin is also still out there. Wan is still out there. Those are the 3 remaining bans. Like, if we're following the trend of the metagame, that's what should be taken out. Not in that order, but...
Is Wan that scary? Like, I know it's always banned. Like, is it that scary right now?
Yeah, I'll tell you it is.
All right.
This is odd. Wait, hold up.
Why the Karina?
This is Indonesia testing how much Guam really hates the Yi Sun-shin, because it's very possible.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because I was trying to look up Guam's previous matches. Unfortunately, you know, even on the Wikipedia page, we don't have that, what they picked, but there's got to be a way, too, that they have, like, some of the other information, you know, what the players have gone through, especially when they have those matches, like, off stream, you know, through the past few days. But very interesting pick, or ban with the Karina. So the Farsa comes out. The YSS is open. I think Indonesia just goes with this and then goes with maybe a fighter gold option just to see, you know, maybe test the limit. I think this first pick will tell us
Wow!
if
So they're trading Zushin for Shin.
Unless they go Jushin first pick.
I would go Shin.
Yeah. I think you get more flexibility with the Shin.
That's right.
Yeah, you get the YSS. You can still pick a regular gold lane if you want to, or just go for that, opt for that fighter gold. Also, Kimmy's left open too. We've seen that combination quite a bit. Where it's that YSS and then the Kimmy. So
Yep.
there it is. Guam's got to take the Jushin. Then. Like they shouldn't give this up.
Yep. So this is where we're going. Zushin plus. Yeah, I wouldn't Zushin Phoveus. That's something we saw
Laos
do earlier. Didn't really do much. It's too much of a swing to ask to go both directions like that. So I'm okay with Zushin first, but what do you do with it? Zushin Fred, Zushin Baksha?
Baksha could work, especially if you just want to, you know, maintain like the speed around. It's because like YSS is pretty quick. He's pretty quick to clear. He's pretty quick to rotate around the map. They'll lock in the gold lane though. They go right for the gold lane.
All right.
And there's the Jushin like we expected.
I'm okay with this. More than the Phoveus. Even if Phoveus does effectively block out Arlots and Indonesia don't bite down, they're just building a solid fundamental draft for this metagame. Granger plus Gatot. Guam can actually go Arlot now. Arlot,
Yeah.
and then ban the Phoveus when you swing around. This is good. They're in a good spot.
They go the Arlot then? Arlot is weird, man, because again, it's almost one of those heroes where you put yourself in that position where it's like you gotta land that final slash, you gotta land that combination, and if you don't, you know, you're almost like you're not a free kill, but like it's very easy to get killed after that if you whiff it. So
Yeah.
maybe that's also just works really well with the Jushin to go ahead and help provide that. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here, and then, or if they want to prioritize maybe a jungler. Okay, it's going to be an XP lane. They go the Uranus, unless this is flex. Like there was a time
Where
we saw the Uranus
in the jungle. Yeah, but also what they're doing is they are giving Indonesia so many choices, so many possibilities. Because number one, yes, you're right, could flex into the jungle. Number two, they still leave the Arlot out in the open, so that might eat a ban for Team Indonesia. Or they might be feinting the Angela draft. Because look, these are all solid Angela picks, regardless of where you put the Uranus. You could still get like a safe jungler in the Baksha or the Fredrin, whichever you end up with. Hell, even an Alpha Lucas could do well with Angela. And it's so telegraphed, Joseph. It's so telegraphed by banning the Esmeralda. Team Indonesia, coach Saint Lucas, do you see this?
I was almost hoping they'd ban the Esme last. Yeah, like last ban.
At least give us some semblance of deception.
Yeah, but okay, so the Kalea is going to be the choice here, again, because of the roaming options. And I wouldn't even hold it against Indonesia if they're just like, all right, last ban, we'll just ban the Angela. You know, if they decide to do that. So for Guam, down to the last ban, they might focus on another XP lane or potentially a mid, because what is going to be put in the mid here from Indonesia? The Farsa is still open. Oh no, sorry, it's banned.
Yeah.
The Jushin is picked up. So, like I said, this would be a perfect time. Just personal list. I want to see the Iesf. I want to see the Iesf come through for Indonesia. If not, they might play into something with a little more damage, I guess, or to deal with the Jushin.
They can Kag. Oh, they do. Guam bans the Eve, recently buffed. They can even Vexana. Vexana got a buff too. Indonesia just banned the Angela. Shut it down. Nip it at the bud. They don't.
They want to play it, man.
They want to play against it. They're saying, Guam, make my day. Team Guam, I dare you. Do it.
What if it's not picked up here?
Wait.
And then for some reason Indonesia takes it.
Yes, because Indonesia can still play the Angela. Look, these are Angelable heroes.
Angelable.
Right? Yeah, Shin, Gatot, Granger.
Yep. This is the choice here for Guam. Do they take it or risk an Angela be taken from them?
Because of how the draft unfolded, Joseph, it became a showdown. It became a duel, like a quick draw. Like who's gonna do it first?
And Angela's in the middle.
Who's gonna draw? Who would have thunk?
See value in me?
Okay, they go the Fred.
Okay, still nothing, right? You still can't tell. Still very Angelable.
So they go the Fred. So that tells us, yeah, Uranus is not going in the jungle. He's going to be in the XP. There's the Lapu Lapu.
Meet the mid laner. What is it?
They take the Angela. They take the Angela. Come on, Indonesia.
If they do,
what are you gonna do?
If they do, that means Indonesia wants to play instead. No, it is the Aurora that won them the game in the first series, game 1.
Yep.
That's Yehezkiel's Aurora. Okay.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna lie. I like seeing a different hero come through for the mid lane. You know, there it is.
There it is.
We were talking about it the whole time. We knew it.
Angela,
it was painted on the walls
from a mile away. It was sent in by snail mail. I saw it in my box this morning. Guam's gonna be playing
the old mail.
All right. The way they drafted it sure was telegraphed, but how they play it is a whole nother story.
Yeah.
They're going up against a lineup from Team Indonesia that is so hyperactive. It's so proactive. Indonesia will want to fight as soon as they all reach level 4. That's it. They'll run through you after level 4.
Yeah, as soon as you hit 4. And that's the problem too. Like, I feel like in a sense, they might rely a little bit too much on the Angela. Like, I know it made sense for the draft, but you gotta wait for that level 4. You gotta wait to have that hard card. They could end up out-sustaining Indonesia, maybe if they are able to withstand the early rotation, but that's a big question here for Guam. I love the draft, though. I do want to say I love the draft. I think we're excited to go ahead and see if this ends up working out. Indonesia, not too much different from what we saw in the first match. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this matchup here. It's a best of 3 for Indonesia once again versus Guam here. Will Indonesia get to the 4-0 for their group, or will Guam be one of the first teams to give them that challenge here? Well, we'll find out.
Look at the speed at which Chin, aka Ju of Team Indonesia, is going at. Already clearing his purple, crossing the threshold of the river, taking that small camp away from Zukato Zen. So this is Slopesy is the gold laner. There you go. So Zukato Zen is the jungler here. He's not happy with just one. Joseph, he's taking even the small camp up top.
Oh, he is. So I think they're going to end up meeting here. So orange was secured for Zukato, but you can see the fight, the standoff for the Lith Wander. They're going to go ahead and just kind of zone them out. Widow will charge with the Unbreakable. He's going to get tossed in. He does have the passive. Pops a Revitalize as well. There's the freeze from Yehezkiel. And first blood already in the hands of Jin. That is not where you want to be at this point.
Again, that timer got sped up. Not even level 4, Chin!
Oh! Chin able to get away with the Traceless on Witty. Will go down a nice pickup for Hezu.
Oh no! Aran!
Doesn't have the level 4, so can't really do too much, but a good answer from Guam, I'd say, early on.
Any situation where it's not a total landslide and they don't get folded in half and maimed for life is a good situation. Now, Aran going 3v1, I don't know if this is a good start. Can he do it? He is doing it!
Oh my! Oh my! Aran able to pump out enough damage. Does get the stun in. Witty's gonna go in. Goes in. Nice cleanup. Shieldheart goes down. Now Hezu joining the fight. Aran. Secret, not level 4. Turtle's already secured by Chin, but the fight still breaks out as Hezu will fall, and now the purple buff is for the taking, and I think Zukato's gonna be way too late. Falling behind this too, man. He's only level 3, and then his purple buff gets taken.
And this is the point of no return. If Guam don't secure their side of the map, even as early as 2.5 minutes, then this is going to go sideways. It's already very risky, as is AOG starting it up. Witty!
Oh. Again, Witty, top of the Revitalize, does have a passive, but I think it's too much of a risk to go get a hit. Gets thrown over the wall with the Lantern. Now, Zukato will jump on in, able to take out Witty. This was all for the orange buff for Guam, and they'll fight back to keep it, but they are losing some space. Oh no! Chin takes the orange, pops the Mountain Stalker. Zukato in trouble, has the Heart Guard from Shield Heart, so he'll survive, but man, he's almost 3 levels behind here.
If you're 3 levels behind at 3 minutes, something has gone wrong, and I don't think you need an analyst to tell you that. Team Guam, I think one thing they're doing right is they're not picking fights where they shouldn't. Look at this, Zokato's in. He sees Aran. He sees that this Lapu Lapu is 2 levels ahead of me.
Oh, they're going.
I know not to go, but oh wait.
Oh,
Aran!
no.
It's 3v1!
Aran, can you
4v1!
Oh no, it's 1v4. He jumps in anyway, gets Zukato. Now Yehezkiel, Wiseman, joining the fight, has the freeze, gets the Revitalize out. Frigid Glacier going to be popped. Again, initiation Withy jumps into the backside with the AOG, gets the Unbreakable Taunt off. But still, as tanky as they are, Hezu's going to be fine. They fight under the turret. They're going to go for it anyway. Wiseman will take down Hezu, and now fighting under the turret. Who cares about the turret? They get everybody under the tier 1 plus the turret. Indonesia again collapsing down on Guam.
And that's the turret falling as well. This is the second turtle straight up going to Indonesia. Not a shadow of any members of Guam in the lower half of the map. What's the story for the gold lane, though? This is Kabuki 2 levels up. Slobes, he's not having a great time. Oh, no!
Oh, and Yehezkiel, Wiseman. He's going to push him back the lane. Flickers forward to get the stun. Oh, the Purify's going to be used. Jin, no, can't get the shot either. So Jin's going to go down. An overzealous attempt on the life of Slope Ezzy will punish at least Jin. So a little bit of a hope there, I guess, for Guam. You know, at least it's not a kill, and Shin goes down. But now Zukato gets the shield, the Heart Guard from Shield Heart. They have enough CC to go ahead and deal with this too. Iran could be in trouble, even with a little bit of shield. Oh, what a shot! Slobezi will pick up a kill with a Spear of Destruction.
Shield Art coming in clutch. In the same situation where the team was losing for Team Vietnam, didn't even press the Heart Guard. This is showing signs of life for Team Guam, that even when they're down about 5k gold at 5 minutes, they're still here to at least contest. Team Indonesia have slowed down, but the fact that you still see Kabuki here going from lane to lane, farming up everything. Slobzy! He's gone! I was going to say that could have been the one time the Moskov could have gotten farm. I think they're 1 step forwards, 2 steps back. Guam is still in the danger zone.
100%, because, you know, even with that, Chin, with the YSS, that's what we were saying in the draft, he can rotate around the map so well and quickly. And, you know, with the level power that he has, I mean, he's level 10, he's got some of the itemization already into place. Like, you're going to be able to pick up kills like that easily if you find a Slopezi or anyone on these off lanes. So definitely something that Guam might want to keep in mind. I don't think they're in contention to really contest this 3rd turtle of the game. It's just going to be started up by Indonesia. They have full control of this side. Unless Guam throws themselves into this fight, they're still down quite a bit. So that's exactly what they're going to do. Turtle are already secured, but there's Indonesia collapsing down. They take out the Angela. Shield Heart's gone. Zukato's gone. Hezu to follow. 3 fall for Guam.
Stacks for Kabuki's Sky Piercer. And Joseph, just a little bit of insight. Again, Guam is really trying to get back on their feet. I could have sworn Yusun Shin was going to get nerfed, wherein the Mountain Shocker was going to see major changes. I could have sworn that was what the change would be for him. But it's more damage output. I don't think that's a problem. I think the problem with Yusun Shin's ult is the CC. The sudden, the little stun that comes out of that
little stun, yeah.
That little skateboard. I think that's what changes the game here.
Yeah, look at this. Layered CC after layered CC. A Heart Guard not going to be enough to keep him in the game. Hezu falls, and they forced to just pop everything, nearly, just to survive the pressure from Indonesia as they take down the tier 2 turret up top. They're going to get this Holy Shield already at the 8-minute mark. The Lord's still less than a minute away, but Holy Shield going down, and maybe the next is the tier 2 in the mid, unless Guam is able to fight this off and keep it together. They do have everybody up. they are able to go ahead and form as a team. But look at this. Once again, the pressure jumping on in. Aran taking a ton of damage. Jesus falls, and Aran still buying enough time to stay alive until finally he goes down. Revitalize and Witty goes over to the walls of the base. But still, I think Indonesia exactly happy with that. No, that's the damage from Chin. Again, both shields, all shields of the base are popped. And now Indonesia, are they actually going to go for a base turret? Guam on the defense. Zucano will jump in, but he just, even as tanky as is, he gets frozen with a frigid glacier. Heart Guard, again, not enough to save them. This Angela was the play for them, but Guam has not been able to make it use. A Spear Destruction will land. So busy. Look at the damage, though. One shot will make them go back and disengage. Again, Indonesia just showing how far ahead they are.
Joseph, Chin is dealing an ungodly amount of damage. Oh my God, Leonardo! Kabuki
They are!
Gets a double. I was about to say, Kabuki does not want to get outshined. He might get punished.
Oh, he did. Another Frigid Glacier going to be used. Sacred on that whim. Oh, what a flicker from Aran. They do have the waves, and they're just going to end the game here, Leo. Under the 10-minute mark, Indonesia taking game 1.
Indonesia's going for a record here. Lowest average game time. Not that it means much, but wow, they really are just trampling through all the competition here in Group B. And Team Guam, I think it's a sound strategy what they were going for. It was written all across the draft. They were going for an Angela strat, but they might have been too honest with it. They put their hearts on their sleeves, and they got punished for it.
I think the Angela pick made sense to us, but you know, when we were leading into the load-in to the Land of Dawn, that's what I was saying. Like, it can work for them. They can sustain pretty well, but if they get behind early, like, that's where the trouble was. And I think the pressure that was on Zucato's jungle, like rotation, is really what slowed them down. Again, he had quite the level gap against Chin, and even with this, you know, at this point, they're just 4,000 ahead, but because of the lineup they have and just how ahead Chin was with damage and what you mentioned with the YSS and the ultimate on the Mountain Shocker and everything else, they're able to make plays like that, even on the tankier heroes like Hezu.
It's just hit a critical mass. Again, there was one sequence here in the orange side jungle of Team Guam wherein Chin wasn't even there, and it felt like they were layering parts of even the Mount Shocker, but the truth was he was far off. He was farming their side of the jungle. So where does that put us now with Team Guam? Number 1, again, the draft isn't a problem. It's just really tighten up your fundamentals. Maybe don't be as honest as the first phase. Allow some, you know, modicum of suspense. Don't let your opponents read through your draft, because I think what Indonesia did was a stroke of genius. They didn't even worry about the Angela draft. They played a draft that was gonna win against 9 out of 10 other possible drafts that Team Guam could have come up with, even if it wasn't an Angela draft. So this is Indonesia showing us a lot of comfort. Number 2 is there's got to be something to this Aurora. I don't think it was touched in at least the past 2 patches. This one included, the most recent one today. So what is Yehezkiel doing with it? What is Indonesia's wise man doing with this Aurora? Because he's picked it twice now tonight.
I think it's a very wise play, all pun intended, because I mean, it allowed that little interaction with the freeze or the frigid glacier allows great setup potential, but it can also be used as disengage if you have to, or at least like a threat, because like that's what we're seeing. So many teams that are engaging into team fights, or so many team compositions, glacier and just that area that it set up, so that AoE of that presence with the frigid glacier is enough to stop teams from pressing on forward. But then in an instance like this where you're ahead by quite a bit, it allows you to set things up and down to even the early skirmishes. And it works really well with the YSS. It works really well even with a Granger. You got to think, like, a Granger can then just kind of have a heyday, which we saw towards the end there, with Kabuki just kind of like shooting off the Rhapsodies and the Destinatas at frozen targets, you know? And then he had like, I don't know how many stacks he had on the Sky Piercer, but it just works really well to keep people in place for the rest of this team from Indonesia. And I think that I don't know, man. I think we might even see the Aurora back-to-back, like
Yeah.
when we get to game 2.
Yep. And now that you talk about it, it's nice to have been reintroduced in the metagame that a hero in mid could provide so much CC and self-peel utility. Because if you're thinking about mid laners now that are in demand, that have good CC, you're thinking Selena, number one. Like, who else in the game can stun for about 2 seconds and deal that much burst? But she's very fragile. She can't hold her own when she's out there. You think about Eve, who has a great kill box, but also you're relatively vulnerable. Like, you're only relying on your shields when you cast spells. Aurora, on the other hand, has solid CC and has a second life effectively. So, yeah, I think I can follow. I concur, Yehezkiel. I concur.
I concur as well, man. I'm going to have to start picking Aurora if I get a chance to play mid. But that's game number 1 here for this best of 3. Indonesia taking the win for that. We're going to take a short break, about 4 minutes or so, before we head into game number 2. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Leo. We'll be back after the short break. And welcome back. After the short break here, once again, I'm Naisu, and this is Dan, Mr. Dan Leo, to bring you the action for game number 2 here. Once again, it's a matchup with Indonesia versus Guam. It was a very quick game. For game number 1, Indonesia dominating the idea, the mindset of Guam of let's build a lineup around this Angela pick and sustainability or heals and everything else, durability. And it didn't work, Leo. It went wrong.
Much like our friend LaFell from just across the sea, he always brings up these sayings from the elders in his life. And one saying I have from my childhood is, honesty is the best policy. In this case, it wasn't. Indonesia saw the Angela from light years away and decided to just, pick heroes, especially in their later part of the draft, blue 4 and 5, that don't care about an all-in 10th pole draft, because that's exactly what this was. Is they wanted to pick heroes that were very strong individually, that once the Heart Guard went in, could change the tides of battle. What Indonesia did to answer that, just a butt ton of CC. Even their core, even their jungler had CC. I'm talking about the Yusun Shin with that later half of the Mountain Shocker. So now, another chance for Team Guam to take us back, maybe force game 3. How do they do that? Maybe try to get their hands on a Lancelot, Yusun Shin, I don't know. This is a start, but I'm afraid for them. Because opening up with a Karina ban shows that Indonesia has zero fear. Indonesia is literally looking you in the eyes and saying what you're gonna do.
Yeah. Just go with what you want. That was a very deathly stare, by the way.
Oh no, my camera just froze.
Oh, did it? I was gonna say that was
kidding.
a very.
I really.
I was gonna say you got me there, man.
No, I really stared. It's literally what I think Indonesia's doing. Is because they're stone cold. Like they didn't even masquerade their whole "we're throwing away a ban so that we can open up heroes for you." It's literally Karina first. You know that the draft has gone wrong.
There's got to be something to this Karina though. Like maybe there's just maybe there's a global Karina over there, man. You never know.
Zukato Zen, I think it's maybe, maybe, but I am more of the school. I'm not shutting it down. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm more of the school of thought that let's just ban one thing randomly because we need something. Something's got to give if we let off one ban.
Yeah. So I think this is going to go the same case. I think Guam is telling us that they want to go with the YSS. Like, they want a shot at the YSS here. They ban out the Farce, the Lancelot, the Fanny. Indonesia is left of, do we ban the YSS out? I think they don't. I think this is almost even a test for Indonesia to be like, give the YSS over to Guam, and then let's like play into it. Again, they need teams need those reps to play against the YSS, as it's a common pick right now. So Indonesia will take out the CC. I expect Guam to just go for the YSS, but Jushin is also open if they wanted to go there.
It's gonna be the trade, Joseph. It's gonna be the YSS trade for the Jushin X.
Yeah,
one or the other, and I think it'll be worth it. I think Guam is gonna be okay with the Yusun Shin because again, it provides global vision, so they're able to play defensively if it comes down to it.
Yeah, definitely, and also what else is there?
Oh!
Wow. Okay, is this the right move, though? You really want to take Moscow first priority pick?
We've been to this place before. We've seen this, wherein the obvious hero is open, and both teams refuse to do it because whoever budges first gets punished. So I think Guam read into it, and now it's now or never. Because even Indonesia did not fully commit to the Yusun Shin just yet. They picked the Zushin, they picked the Baksha, and they can still flex the Baksha. More likely, again, we've seen it more often now than ever, that Widi prefers to use the Baksha rather than Ju.
Yeah, and I think that's the move that we see a lot of the, powerhouse teams like to do, is they leave you in a guessing game because they pick up a hero, especially in these first phases where it's like they could still be flexed. There's at least one that could be flexed in, so they'll take the glue and the Gatakancha. So interesting, because this is the honesty that we were talking about, man. You know, you've got the glue, going XP. Got the Gatakancha, going in the Rome. Indonesia will just go ahead and pick up their Granger.
So by picking the Granger and the glue, instead of picking Yusun Shin, they pick answers to the possible Yusun Shin, and Indonesia refused to budge. They refused to give an inch. And they say, no, we're not picking it. They go for the Granger, put it in the hands of Kabuki. And Yusun Shin is, again, weirdly enough, still at large. I wonder if it'll get banned because Indonesia's not doing it. They instead ban another three-lettered Y hero in Eve.
I want to see her played, man. I do. Like, I need to see it at least once in Iesf.
Once tonight.
Like, yeah, hopefully tonight. Hopefully, if not, like, hopefully the next matchup. You know, maybe we get to see it there. But yeah, the Eve being taken out here. I think Guam's still going to go ahead and focus on. Maybe they want to take out a Rome, like some of the Rome options to. But like that's the thing. Witty could just take this Baksha if he really wanted to. So I think that's the decision that Guam has to make. It's like, do we go ahead and hone in on more of the jungle, like jungle options?
You know what, Joseph? It's also possible that what if Indonesia are going for a Angela draft themselves?
That's true. This is the likes of it, I will say. You know, it's the starting pieces to the puzzle of it.
Because they can still do Rome Baksha, or rather, no, Jungle Baksha, Rome Angela.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time I saw this, I don't know if it happened anytime in the groups, but
when you gaze into
Jushin got a Savage. I'm talking about Virtus. No, was that first? No, that was Influence Rage. I'm talking Influence Rage from the wildcard of M6 earlier this year. Yeah.
Interesting, man. So they could be playing into that as they banned out the Selena. Guam could be getting a hunch of this too, and they might. I don't know if they want to ban out one more jungler. Imagine they just swerve and just just ban out the Angela, like just so that that's not something they have to deal with, because you know there's good damage here already with the Moskov, like that early pickup, and then you know you have your front and back line covered. You have that front back doing really well. They'll take out the Lapu Lapu, which is a quality ban too, because exactly what we saw Iran capable of doing. Actually, just Lapu Lapu in general, but this is also something that's usually banned out, and now you have an Arlot in play.
I still wouldn't put it past Indonesia. The Angela can still come in. The Arlot with an Angela in it, built slightly damaged, is still a thing to behold. It is still a force of nature that you should respect. And now Guam has no more answers left to put into the EXP lane. No room for a Phoveus. No room for an Esmeralda. They still need a mid laner and a jungler. Do they Hayabusa here?
They Hayabusa. I think they go Hayabusa. Wow. We haven't seen Fairness in a while. Oh, Nolan. Nolan.
Hey. We are throwing back to about a year ago. That's the last time these heroes were in demand. That's when they were all in style, all the rage. Indonesia can still... Nope, I was going to say they can still Angela, but no, they get a Matilda. So, what a swerve. Really, the only synergies I see from Indonesia is just battlefield mobility and an all-in plan for Kabuki. Like this, he's their only real source of reliable damage.
Yeah, I want to say like the Nolan pick and the Fairness, even though it's been a while since we've really seen them, I just think the Nolan could be really good. Like this could work out really well for Guam if they can get a lead in the early game. Now the hard part about that is dealing with this durability that is a Baksha and a Matilda. So if they decide to be a little aggressive, or if they're more so like responding to Indonesia, then I could see Guam being in trouble. But if you get Nolan kind of snowballing early on, because remember, he was gapped pretty hard in the previous game. So if Zukato can have a better start on this Nolan, I want to believe that Guam can go ahead and make this lineup work. So we'll find out if it's going to be Guam to take it to a game 3, or if Indonesia is going to get another sweep under the belt here in this day number 4 of ISF. So you guys in the chat can let us know too. Do you think it's going to be a decisive win for Indonesia here against Guam, or will we see something different? You can see what Witty's doing already, too. He's giving the information over.
And he can afford to do this, because again, there's very little CC to lock him down. It's just pure damage that Zucato Zen is putting on the table by picking this Nolan. So, Witty can do this. Witty can just stand there and say, hey, unless you're able to lock me down with a taunt, then I can just stay here. I can stand here. Shield Heart sends herself over to do the same. To protect now. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! Chin stole it!
Oh, no. And he's going back. He's going to jump back in. He knows he has the double buffs and the support here with Witty. Shield Heart going to be in trouble. Pops the Revitalize. The shots from Leonardo, though. Come on! Oh, the first blood. We'll go over to the Chin.
They broke her heart. She's the first casualty, and they're already up by 500 gold. So this is one major strength Team Indonesia has. They don't have burst, but they have sustainability. They're just going to keep going. Now they're on the Zucato Zen.
Oh, no. Zucato, this is what I was saying, Leo. He's going to be delayed again, and now Shield Heart in trouble. Zucato stops the recall. Good pull, though, with the Shadow Stampede from Secret. Able to go ahead and at least get a kill in the hands. They get, of all people, they get Chin.
You know what? Chin's not even hurting for this. Chin is a utility jungler. So this one death isn't outdone by the 2 kills he's already had, and he rolls up just as quickly into the turtle. This is clearly going over to Indonesia.
Yeah, this is going to be an objective in the hands. Indonesia, they fought hard for it. Oh, Flicker final slash. Initiation going to be started up. The glue already tanking up a ton of damage. Just to fight for the purple buff, though. I'm not sure if Zucato, he's only level 3. He lost the purple too. Nether Realm going to be used already. It's still Shield Heart's gone, and now Indonesia all this side. Another triple Stampede pull into the turret. Is it good enough, though? Slop is there. Slope jumps in, Spear Destruction, he's able to find Whitney, and now working on Wise Man. Indonesia might have been a little bit too much off as it's a double for Hezu. A great response from Guam.
Massive punish coming in from the squad in Guam. Underneath tier 1. Again, the fact that the turret was a major part of that engagement doesn't change the fact that Indonesia isn't as strong just yet. So that's one power spike they have, you know, the ultra early game. But mind you, Kabuki was a part of it. Oh, he smacks Secret right underneath his tier 1. So I wouldn't say that I wouldn't call it quits just yet. But Guam should still play it safe. I think Guam should still get farm on Zucato Zen. Like, that should be priority number 1.
Man, it's you know, when Indonesia decides they want to kill, they'll go and get it. Now, I will say, I know Secret, he's been doing good at getting those pulls, you know, the Shadow Stampedes. He's able to punish some of these moments where Indonesia decides to get a little over aggressive, but I don't think that's going to be enough to kind of stop them. It's not going to be something that keeps them from second guessing, because look at this. They want to continue to put pressure on Zucato Zen. Chin with the rest of the team just trying to zone him out from this purple buff. The turtle's up, but did Zucato get it? I think, again, the plan... Oh, whoa!
What?
Wait, what?
I don't even know where.
Oh, man, okay. All right. They had to... All right. Looks like we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break here. I'm not sure. What happened to Secret?
That was a bit of a doozy. I'll tell you now. Even then in the mini-map, I was struggling to put a beat on where that happened, how that happened. Possibly a turret, so I don't even know what lane.
I don't know if he just like ended up running off or something, but yeah, we'll have to wait to see exactly what happened. But even aside from that, Indonesia continued to put the pressure. I'm not sure if Zucato, if I was able to confirm if he got the purple buff, but
yep,
Turtle's gonna be up too. So did you manage to see?
We'll see when we get the camera on him, because I also did not exactly see, because I think I heard a retribution from both players, and almost in the same second time frame. So that's also very risky to think about, because there's a turtle spawning literally right now. As soon as we unpause, there will be a turtle up top.
Yeah. So for Guam, I would say, you know, even looking at this, they're not too far behind. the biggest person behind again is Zucano Zen. And this is what I was saying. I like the Nolan pick, and I like what maybe the game plan would have been here, but you can see how much they have to support Zucano right now to be able to actually like get his buffs, for example, get the jungle camps that he needs. So I don't know how long they can continue to do that, but the pressure now, Leonardo will go ahead and get on out. Zucano is there, but won't be able to find Kabuki. So Revitalize is going to be used. Guam healing back up, but Turtle's just going to be taken. Yo.
The sad truth is it wasn't even on him. He didn't get it.
He didn't get it.
He didn't.
Oh.
He starved. And now Indonesia are back in the driver's seat. Indonesia are in total control. Suddenly, because of the relative quiet after that punish in mid, they've gone back up to 2,000 gold again. It went from about 500 gold, 0 lead, to now just 2,000 clean.
Yeah, and you can see this. He's got his orange buff. Sitting at level 6.5 though to Chin, who's almost level 9. And this is where you see Indonesia start to go ahead and focus on the objectives, opening up the map a little bit more for them. They already got the 2 turtles. This is going to be the turret that they go ahead and lock in. First one of the game. They'll go ahead and rotate off of it too. So this is at least a good attempt to go ahead and trade things out. I'm not sure if Iran's going to be able to do much. He does go in with a final slash. He's just trying to clear the minions out. So he's nearly there. One hit there. He's tanky enough too to keep just, what, 4 members of Guam at bay. And here comes the rest of Indonesia rolling on through. Swope's going to be gone. Zucano to follow, all under the turret. A good drag once again as Chin is punished. And a play too as Iran will go down. So Guam still showing teeth, still showing that they're willing to go ahead and fight Indonesia.
Rolling up the sleeves, doing the work where it matters. Unfortunate that Team Indonesia could have synchronized that play a little better. They were going for a triple lane push. In mid, they sent over the roamer, Witty, to take down that mid lane tier 1. In the bottom, they tried to play a Hail Mary and convert through the roof by getting Kabuki to push that tier 2, but this is how this is what they end up with. If you ask me, if they switched up a little bit of their priorities, if it was the Matilda who were joining them up top, maybe they would have survived.
Oh yeah, this, even if they try to survive, oh, what a drag on back into the final slash too. Again, this flare is just too good with the Jushin from Yehezkel, Wiseman, and they get 2 kills off of it. So, you know, that's the thing. It's like Guam is finding these moments where they're able to go ahead and capitalize on some of the kills, some of the, you know, the pressure that Indonesia puts through. But every single time they do that, you mentioned it's like you get 1 step forward, you take 2 steps back. And that's what's happening here once again in this game too. So Indonesia, they'll get this. Whoa, he jumps on in. They do save the turret. I was going to say that tier 2 was going to go down, but I don't know for how long. That wave's still pushing in. They'll zone them out. They're dealing with the mid lane. And now Indonesia is going to make their way finally to this side of the map. Tier 2 in the bottom does go down. Hezu gets dragged on back again. And AOG from Shieldheart. Shieldheart jumps on in. Zucano just does not have enough damage, even with the setup that he was looking for. A final slash tower going to be used. They're relying on the Netherrealm to stay in the fight a little bit longer. As Jin goes down, but Aaron able to pick up the kill. And now Leonardo still has the space to work with. Glue just sticking on here. Hezu looking to take out Yehezkel, Wiseman, but takes a couple Rhapsody shots to the face and dragged into the death. And now jumping in. Iran with a final slash, able to find 2. Shieldheart lined up from Leonardo. Picks up another as 3 fall for Guam.
There is a delicate balance of sustained team fighting Guam can only partake in. After the Netherrealm has expired, after the AOG, after Hezu gets 1 or 2 successful mounts, I'm being very optimistic here. Indonesia just wins because they have the final slash which can displace members of Team Guam. They have the puissance that softens the initial salvo of Guam sustainability. And then they have Leonardo just keep going and going and going. As long as he has bullets, there's reliable damage coming from Indonesia, not even discounting the fact that Aran might be a solid source of damage too, and Wiseman to clean things up. Just a matter of time before he gets his Sky Piercer. Zucano's in!
Oh! Again! The final slash able to find the mark, but Zucano falls anyway. Holy Shield in the mid lane, gonna pop. The next to be the bottom lane. Lord is still 15 seconds away, so Indonesia will just work on these shields and they'll make their way to the Lord here. Guam falling further behind at this point. And this is scary. I mean, there's a reason why the Arlot does get banned out quite a bit. And like I said, if you're just on the mark with the final slash, you're going to be able to make the play. So now they want the mid turret. Jin jumping up at the front side. Slope going to try to keep him at bay, pushing him into the wall. They rely on the Nether Realm. They already got that out too. Some of the damage on the turret, but now looks like they're happy with that. They'll go for the Lord.
Yep, that's a green light for Indonesia to do whatever they want on the map or against Team Guam. But given that the latter is locking themselves inside their base, instead rotate towards the Lord. SOD thrown out, Slope Z, a hope that they could steal, but instead does the wise thing here, does not press the button, lets it go. First major objective over to Team Indonesia. They got to do some cleanup though, Joseph. Look at this, a slow push up top. They left a chubby wave from Team Guam, able to push that.
Yeah, I think even with that, I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything with it. You know, it looks like they're just going to patiently wait here. Maybe go for a play. They see Jin walk up and they're like, nah, I'm out of here.
Forget about it.
So they'll have to defend against this. Yep. Lord's going to push in. Mid turret's going to fall. Indonesia might look to end the game with this. 10,000 hit. There's the flicker forward again. Zucata's going to be in trouble. They try to keep it at bay. Nether Realm going to be used. And there, Witty jumps on with the circling eagle. So far, the Lord's going to be cleared out. Good damage coming out from Slope, but still, Sheathheart going to follow. Now they have another wave pushing in. Hezu will do his best to keep them up front from ending the game. Final slash going to be used again. It's a double. Another Sky Piercer proc here, forcing Zucato back. And now Secret trying his best to keep them in the game as he falls. Indonesia full force without Leonardo though. Will they be able to go? Aran jumping on in. It does find Slope, and that's a big kill for him. There's a final slash again to clean up Zucato, and it looks like that's all Indonesia needed. But they don't have a ranged character to hit this further. The base is still standing, and they'll have to just back off.
The perfect hero was left to respawn and defend away, and I think Indonesia respected that. Secret with the Faramis, able to punish clumps of enemy units and clear them out. We've seen it years and years after this hero's release and rework that Ghostbursters will do that, and Indonesia decides to play it safe and play for another Lord. Impressive by Guam, but they're still not out of the woods, Joseph. I think it's still a huge mountain they have to climb. 9,000 gold between them and Team Indonesia. While some cracks are showing for Team Indonesia, I think they're far from worried. I think they just know that it's a matter of time. This next Lord has their name written on it.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't know, man. I almost expect Indonesia just to even try to end it without the Lord take. You can see they're focusing up top. Final slash going to be used already. They take out Hezu, the front line so far for Guam, and that's going to be a double as Secret falls too. So they force the fight with the final slash, and now looking to end the game potentially. With that Lord still being 30 seconds away, they'll take the last base turret of Guam out. With the waves still pushing up top, they need to wait for the waves from mid to bottom. Unless they have another idea, final slash going to be used, base going to be locked on. They're just going to force them to fight anyway. Cannon minions still up, and Indonesia will go in for the kills. The triple for Leonardo, looking for possibly a maniac even into the base, but doesn't get it. Gets shut down, but Indonesia doesn't as they sweep Guam.
They didn't need to wait for the Lord. That was just way too much time. They ran through their minions, their heroes, and their base. And that's what you get with a 10,000 gold lead. Team Indonesia with another sweep.
Man, that last, sequence there, I was thinking they'd wait for the Lord too, but Indonesia was just like, no, we have enough of a lead. And this is what we see from teams that have, the experience, the veterancy that this Indonesian team does, and they are 9K ahead. They'll take the shot, especially when you have a hero like the Arlot to just go in with a final slash and try to, start things. That's great. Like, this was a moment too, by the way, in the highlights where it's like, Guam, they had the right idea. They punished Indonesia a couple times, but eventually it was just not able to work anymore.
You know what? I think when we look at the item builds, because again, there was a lot of action in the last 2 minutes of that game wherein Guam was literally holding on by a thread. We didn't get to see much item checks. When we see the items, Joseph, I think it'll make sense as to why Indonesia made this call. Well, Indonesia said, you know what? let's not wait for the Lord, because I think they must have hit some sort of power spike. It must have been something on Yehezkiel, or maybe something on Kabuki that made him say, let's just force this. I think we can.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's, again, if they know that they can play with the advantage of their lineup and force fights, force a reaction. And that's what Arlott does, man. Like, that's why Arlott, he's such a, I feel like a coin toss still, though. Like, for some teams, like, they will pick him and it doesn't work out for them. That coin toss, it lands on the losing side, you know. But this is, of course, Aran we're talking about. So he made it work nearly every single time, and Leonardo was just able to clean up. Kabuki just had a hell of a time. He does get dragged into the fountain here, but ultimately Indonesia knew exactly how to end the game, and they did it very cleanly.
12.5 minutes. Okay, just scouring through. Yeah, no. Yehezkiel didn't even build a Sky Piercer. He went straight for a Lantern, and then I guess he was gunning for a Divine Glaive or a Holy Crystal. Yeah, no, I think it was just a team decision to say, you know what, we don't need the Lord. They coin flipped their way into the victory.
Yeah, looking at this too, you just see it, man. It's like the idea, I feel like, for Guam from game 1 to game 2 was like, you could see it. Like, you could see how this composition can work. I think it all just crumbled, man, when the early rotation in the jungle was stopped. You know, like right from the start.
Yep.
It was just that pressure on Zukato Zen on getting his jungler like rolling, whether that was game 1 or game 2. And Indonesia does that. Like, they like to play into that pressure, you know, putting on the pressure, because that's where so much of the focus on the meta is right now. Like this mid lane trio, but also the early rotation of the jungle and making sure that they are secured into that first either kill, like the first blood, or that first turtle. And if you fall behind, I think he was like level 3 to Chin was like level 5 at one point. So really difficult place to be in.
And there really wasn't much of a threat to Indonesia's only core, unless, again, you read between the lines, Kabuki just protected himself very well. Guam barely touched a hair on his head. Like, again, these deaths from Kabuki were some of his own fault. Like, he may have put himself in the way of danger because he wanted to get a kill, or he was pushing inside the base. I think that much is true, that last one. But look, despite that, 2 deaths, he was able to farm more than 1,000 gold per minute. So that rarely happens in today's competitive atmosphere, and he still got to do it. So that is a clear sign that this Granger ran wild.
He got to, because the team set him up to be able to do that. And you know, as you see often with gold laners, if they get to go ahead and, well, I will say this, like Kabuki himself mechanically in the lane already puts enough pressure on these opposing gold laners, so he's able to go ahead and do that himself. But then you're supported by the team to then kind of capitalize on kills, and like that's why you see like the Sky Piercers built up early. The stacks are there. They're kind of just having free reign, but then you have a Matilda, for example, to provide you that utility. It makes these gold laners have that much more, I feel like, confidence in the way that they approach fights, you know, and then you kind of just stack up from there. So yeah, the Granger obviously is it's always going to be a pick that's contested, and teams that love to go ahead and play it. But I think, again, this was more or less expected from Indonesia. This is what we expected them how to play, the execution, the rotations, and everything, even down to the draft. Like, we knew how Indonesia likes to really draft. I think Guam might have thrown us a little bit of a curveball, which we also expected as we were talking about the matchup leading into this. So again, congratulations to Indonesia getting another sweep, and hats off to you, Guam, for giving it your best in this matchup, and we wish you all the best. Once again, we are going to be taking a long break, as this was a sweep. We still have one more match for you guys today. That's going to be happening in just a bit, so it's about a 50-minute break or so. So again, I'm Nice-Soup, this is Leo, and we'll see you after the break. And we hope everybody is still with us, of course, here for the last match. It's still me, Naisu, joined here with Dan, Leo, my boy. And we are here after a sweep, man. It's been back-to-back sweep. What, you like that? You like that? You like the...
You made it sound like my boy was my surname. But you know what, Joseph? It does stand that we are down to our last match for tonight, a best of 3 featuring South Asian countries. And we finally get a glimpse of what exactly is going down there, because if you've been checking in on Iesf.gg, you'll know that Nepal have been calling it their house. Nepal has been, again, pardon my French, whipping everybody.
Everybody in the club. I don't know what everybody in the club, man. You know, because they're 6-0 currently, right now in terms of like their games, but they're 3-0 for the matches. Yes, Nepal has been doing crazy things off the streams. Now, again, we have to kind of throw that out there. We don't have as much information about them because most of their matches, if not all of their matches until this one, has been off stream. So that's what we're going to have to see. They are going against Sri Lanka, and we'll take a look at exactly the matchup that's ahead of us to finish off our night here. But same thing with Sri Lanka. If you look at least for Iesf.gg, you know, they've got one match win that they did take, and that was against Pakistan, I think it was. Mm-hmm. So they did get a sweep. That's about what we have. And then, you know, they've had a couple losses too. So it's... I guess because we've paid so much attention to like groups A and B over for, you know, Southeast Asia, you kind of have this sense of like, all right, who are the powerhouse teams? Well, for this one, like Leo mentioned, it's Nepal. Nepal is that powerhouse team, and I don't know, maybe we see some very meta-esque drafts going on here. But we're gonna take a look at the team roster here for Nepal. We got Yahiko, Mlbb, Hybrid, Masarap, ? And Ganigan. Wow, these are, I must say, these are familiar names.
Yeah.
By the way, we've seen Nepal play before, like in Iesf. I feel like they've switched maybe 1 or 2 players, but definitely Masarap. I remember Masarap. I remember Yahiko, and there's some other familiar names out there from Nepal, but unfortunately they're not with us here for this one.
Yep. Now their coach, Apex, is also part of the lineup. That might be another name that rings a bell when it comes to Nepalese Mlbb. So they are in good hands. That explains why they're so dominant in this group amongst other South Asian teams in Mlbb Esports. So they're facing off against Sri Lanka coming up now. This is a team that y'all should keep your eyes open for. But again, even without the match starting, I'll tell you now, it's going to be a David versus Goliath situation.
Yes, sir. We got Voltrex. Hey, I know a Trex. You know a Trex. Dead Zone, Sky Zone, Xerox, and Night Owl. That's the roster for Sri Lanka. And like we were saying, you know, this is going to be a matchup for them that's maybe a little more difficult. Now, I'm sure they have some information to go ahead and deal with what's ahead of them. Oh, okay, so we did get some information. The reason why, also the off match between Sri Lanka and Pakistan. Pakistan went into, I guess they forfeited. So I guess this is really the rep test, I would say. The rep test here for Sri Lanka. We're going to see them go ahead and play. So I'm excited to see them. Again, anytime we get to go ahead and see one of these teams, even for Nepal though, like Leo, we don't get to see them too often, although they have some familiar names, and I know they've competed in Iesf in the past. My eyes are going to be on both the teams, but seeing just from the stats that we have, I really want to see what Sri Lanka brings to the table.
Yep. Again, the metagame is evolving before our eyes. There have been heroes that got banned that we were hoping to see. Again, one of them is Eve. And
please come through.
Already in tonight's broadcast, we're 3 best of 3s in deep. We saw attempts at an Angela-centric lineup. And we've even seen, you know, heroes like Nolan come through, thanks to Guam. But that didn't work out. So if ever we were to have a wish list, a checklist of things we want to see from Sri Lanka and Nepal, I'd say it's a mixture of heroes that we've seen before and some heroes that recently got adjusted. Oh, also, how could I forget? Yehezkiel bringing back the Aurora. That's something
Yes,
that will never leave my mind, at least for the next 48, 72 hours, if you're talking about Mlbb Esports. I'm afraid that might even show up in our own professional leagues.
I would believe so, because now that we've seen it in action, especially against some of the more meta picks that we're used to seeing, Aurora fits well, man. I mean, it's not something that I initially thought of before, and so I think, yeah, when we mentioned it, Mr. Yezkiel, the wise man himself, making it known, like, hey, this is a quality pick. So anytime one of those, heroes come through for the mid lane, I'm all for it. I'll support to bring more mid lane heroes, because that's always been something that I've been, if I had to say anything, was grinding my gears. It's the nature and environment that mid lane has been in for a while.
Yep.
We've had like the same heroes, or like rotation of heroes for seasons, if not years now. And it's still a lot of the whole, Farsas, Drushin, still even Valentina to an extent. The Kagura has come through. Selena's a staple, but even the Kagura was kind of like this breath of fresh air, I want to say, that eventually came to fruition. But then, yeah, the Aurora, I don't know what else is going to be brought up into the mid lane. I still feel like there's room there, especially like you said with the Eve. Eve will eventually pop up, but even so, even if Eve comes back, it's like she was there for a while. You know what I mean? It's not something that's like, oh, this is completely new. I want more new heroes in the mid lane. So Aurora is great. It's a great start.
I can't argue. But in addition to mid, I think the jungle also has this fundamental problem. Lancelot and Musin shouldn't take too much of team's priorities and attention. And if you don't get either, or if you play too much into prioritizing either, you get shafted really hard. Especially if your team isn't ready for it. If your hero pool cannot flourish in a Lancelot or Yusin-less lineup.
Yeah.
So tonight, for this final match between Sri Lanka and Nepal, I'm hoping that both junglers are ready to play amongst the Hayabusas, the Joys, even the Fredrin Lancelot, even the Fredrin Bakshas, and again, I mentioned earlier in Guam versus Indonesia, the Akais. Akai is one hero that I think if you have it in your hero pool, your team is going to be so happy to have it, especially in certain matchups. So I hope that we see that, and we don't revert back to whoever can trade better for the Lancelot, Yusin, Shin.
It's weird because the way that I see it, like Lancelot, Yusin, Shin right now is like the old Baksha Fredrin. It's like that trade, It's just like the assassin version. So I don't know, man. I think, yes, I think you were onto something too about the whole, like, YSS needs to be toned down a little bit. I know when the changes went through for him, like, I was happy because YSS was just non-existent for like how long. And then he definitely needed like something to happen with him. So him coming back to the meta was nice, but I think it was just maybe a little bit too much like tuning.
Yeah.
For YSS.
Now he's too existent. He was non-existent. Now he's too existent.
Yeah, and I think some teams have. I'm trying to think. Like, some teams have figured out how to deal with the YSS, but it's almost like it's just too much of an advantage. A jungler who provides you some of that vision, and if it's especially paired up with another hero that provides that vision for you, so you can kind of counter play into that or work together as a synergy. But then, like you said, that little bit of a stun with the board when he uses the Mountain Shocker, that's just, it seems like a little bit too much, because we're already in a very crowd control centric meta, and then you add that, like, that, you notice that's why we're seeing so many dives under turrets, man.
Yeah, maybe the one thing we're looking for that might change the tempo of competition, specifically here now, I don't know if they have it in them, a Diggy. If somebody can, cough up a Diggy, especially against a draft that is so crowd control centric,
Yeah.
then that draft can turn the tides. That draft can steal a game from out of nowhere. So I'm looking at a Diggy red 4, red 5, blue 4-5. Like if he can swing it that way, maybe Sri Lanka or Nepal can bring that out.
I almost feel like the Diggy would just get like like destroyed with like 2 hits, 3 hits. I don't know. Maybe Diggy needs the little bit of a buff. Like maybe there's a place in the patch, in the future patch, where Diggy gets this buff, but not like too much. You know, not too much, because there was a time when Diggy was a little too much too. But yeah, I definitely think that there has to be some answer for YSS. Now maybe eventually that is simply just not either you give him the ban hammer or you give him a fix hammer. You can see Sri Lanka was like, we're going to give him the ban hammer. We're going to take him out. So he's not going to be a problem. I would also like to see maybe the Lancelot banned out from one of the teams, just so that we have a little bit of a different jungle matchup. But even so, like if they take those 2 out, like we have been talking about here for a while, Leo, it's like you still have utility options.
Joseph, here's what's going to happen. Nepal will force Sri Lanka to ban the Lancelot because they got 2 more bans. They have no incentive to ban it out, because if Sri Lanka don't ban the Lancelot, then they're going to first pick it in blue 1. So Nepal can instead attack certain heroes like Lushin instead. They can attack the Farsa. And that gives Sri Lanka such a difficult position to be in, because... Wait, hold up.
They banned it. What are they doing here?
I don't see why. Because if you don't ban the Lancelot, you're forcing Sri Lanka... Yeah, you're reading into Sri Lanka. You're forcing them to go, you ban the 1-1, you ban the Lancelot, and then we have an open blue. You know what? Who am I to tell Nepal what to do? I'm just a dude in my house screaming at a screen, talking about teenagers playing a mobile game for the pride of their country. That's all this is.
We're just guys yelling at our screens, you know? But no, that's the thing. I guess maybe it's also in a sense that Nepal just doesn't want to play with it or against it, and so they'll take it out. I honestly, maybe this is the time we also get to see like a Hayabusa come through, because we haven't, or maybe like you mentioned, even a Lucas jungle, or something different, because the box should be taken out, unless they're just going for a Fredrin play. But I don't know, man. The Jushin comes through with the last ban of the first phase from Nepal, Sri Lanka. Where do they go here? Wanwan's still open. Yep. Like if that actually slipped through, that's gonna be crazy.
I don't know, man. Is exactly what I'm thinking, because if they did not ban the Lancelot here, they could have ensured that all the more the 1-1 would be open, and by doing this they allow for the 1-1 Farsa trade to happen. The 1-1 isn't even that clear. Nepal is risking the 1-1 into the Farsa, but again, who are we to say? They have owned Group B even without us looking, so maybe they get away with these kinds of drafts, these kinds of maneuvers in the initial phase of the game, and go unpunished. You know, they could have just been drafting this way with impunity, for all we know.
Yeah, always with teams like this too, you gotta take in consideration like what is comfort to them, what have they played, you know, together as the team as well to work through. So we'll find out if it's gonna be that 1-1. Farce is still open, and there's so much good priority here. Depending on how this draft. So that is
CC.
Was that CC?
Yep. So they could now answer with a 1-1 Farsa.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first. This is the first game of Mlbb I've seen in the past week where 1-1 wasn't banned.
Actually, yeah. I don't recall a game that we went through without 1-1 being banned at all either. So that's what I remember asking you back in, like, I think it was first match. I was like, hey, is 1-1 really that much of a threat, you know, to deal with? And we'll probably see it come through here. This is the Uranus being picked up, and then what else does Sri Lanka take? I think they're considering maybe even taking the 1-1 in the first phase, but they'll take the Farsa instead. And so for Nepal, we'll see what they end up doing.
It's not the poison, it's the antidote they go for. And they bring back a goodie and an oldie in Uranus. What does
Swing.
Nepal answer with?
Slash.
Fanny. All right. That is
Not bad.
something that demands attention from Sri Lanka. So CC the Fanny, folks. By the way, that first pick, blue one, that is a CC.
Football and games.
And Bruno.
Bruno? Man, we got okay. So we that was Bruno. So it's CC, Bruno, Fanny. Interesting
1-1.
first phase though.
Forget about it.
Your team is
That's a
banned.
Kufra.
That is a Kufra.
Right?
So they're
That's a
trying to
Kufra.
stop the Fanny.
Playing trades, man.
That is a Twitch response. Sri Lanka says, "Nah, no clear skies for you."
That's a great answer though, because earlier when we saw the Fanny, we were like, you know, there's only certain heroes that will really deal well against the Fanny and put in the pressure there. So the Kufra is one of those most popular. I would say it's one of the most popular picks, either that or maybe the Cho. I think would probably be one of the other ones. So Ganakancha being banned. Nepal, considering that you already have the mid, you've got the Uranus in the XP lane, and then you've got the Kufra.
Nepal
Your team
taking
is
away
banned.
jungle options. I could have sworn they were going to attack the gold lane.
Same. Like I would be so surprised, man, if
Got 'em
Wanwan
lined
still
up and
slips
my
through.
team is banning.
That is. Got him lined up in my say. Is that 1-1? That's the
No.
Moskov. So that's the Moskov ban,
No.
the last one.
No, that is not. Well, that is not 1-1. 1-1.
Who's got him lined up in their sights? Is that Leslie?
1-1 only wants fun. So that's not her. Yeah.
Lined up in my sights might be Leslie. We're playing charades at this point, but let's see if we get to see this one. Because right now we've got
So red
The
5
Fanny-
ban. Red 5 ban was
Red 5
Moskov.
ban
Can
was
confirm. Yeah, that's Moskov.
yeah Moskov.
Okay.
Me?
There's Fred.
Yeah, the Fred.
So we now have a jungler for Sri
All right.
Lanka. I'm not so confident or damage output just yet. It's really just the farce that it's dealing damage there. They still need a gold laner.
That's why I say if they get the Wanwan, man, I think they're covered for Sri Lanka. Like their damage will be pretty good. Because that's Fred, Kufra, Uranus. Like those three alone are tanky enough to help peel and everything else.
Yeah, the only real issue for the 1-1 is the Fanny, if she so decides to take her a visit. But once you get your Wind of Nature, Bob's your uncle. You just go from there. Not Bob from Nepal, but you know,
Your Bob.
the old saying, yeah, our Bob.
Our Bob.
Is like blood.
Okay,
It's
that
Carmilla.
In my dream
Your team
world.
is picking.
Carmilla
is that.
Vexana?
That's a great question. She says something Dream World, right?
It is.
Is that Vexana?
Carmilla Vexana, I think so.
I just
Makes sense to
randomly
me.
looked it up. I think it's a Lunox, man. Wait, is this right?
Are you Googling?
So come and join me in my dream world is Lunox.
That's
Apparently.
Lunox. Okay, so that's a mid Lunox.
Yeah.
Ah.
We are
Okay.
putting the true test to our MLBB knowledge, by
There you
the
go.
way. But I play in Japanese voice
Let
pack.
my
So
bullets be the nails in your coffin.
Good to know. So if
Ranger.
it was in Japanese, then you would have more recognized it. All right, so they go for the Granger instead. It's the 1-1. Interesting. Oh, the
this
1-1
is the
was
first time it went through, man.
completely snubbed. Yeah, went through and ignored. Huh.
Interesting. So okay. I think even with the Granger though, like Sri Lanka's lineup looks good to me.
Yep. Sri
Looks
Lanka is very sound. It's very sound. But Team Nepal, I like how blue 4 and 5 reflect so much of how they want to respond, because Carmilla, given how the chunky boys are up front and might,
Yeah.
crowd and smother their lineup, they answered very well. Piece of blood, just circle around, everybody hits everybody, and then the Lunox, anti-tank, big HP. That's a dream come true for Lunox. All right, I like it.
There it is.
Well
Okay.
done.
So we get the glimpse. we were
Kimmy.
Kimmy was that band.
Kimmy band.
Okay. Kimmy was a band. All right. So yeah, I was thinking it was Leslie or something else, but okay. So we were pretty close, but that's our theories. You guys can let us know as well in the chat what you think. as we get a good glimpse of the junglers. Of course, it's going to be a Fredrin versus a Fanny matchup here. It's this best of 3 between Nepal and Sri Lanka. And 2 interesting drafts. I mean, this is kind of what I expected, to be honest, going into this. But I am going to be interested because I've been playing a whole lot of Carmilla, man. I'll be real, you know, as someone who loves to play roam right now, especially in solo queue, I've been really enjoying Carmilla. And I think here you can see running with the tank emblem, Concussive Blast has a little bit of that firmness to go ahead and be a little bit more tanky. I think this will work really well with the lineup that they have, and especially when the team fights break out.
Also note how Yahiko is playing with... Oh, wait. Ooh. Masarap. Already very low. Yahiko. Yep, not going to force it. Is rocking a fighter emblem. So he wants to play a little bit more of a sustainable Fanny, which makes sense because look at the rest of the lineup. There's only really one tank. There's only really one frontliner that can peel, and that's Masarap on the Carmilla. Everyone else kind of have their own kind of sustain. So I get where Yahiko's going with this.
Yeah, I think part of it, I mean, how often do we also see Fanny's roll with Impure Rage? I mean, is that... We see it sometimes, I guess. Like, I know we've seen some different variations of the Fanny roll with different emblem sets, but yeah, this is most likely just to go ahead and deal with that that tankiness that Sri Lanka has, because they're gonna have to work through that. And earlier on, you saw Dead Zone had to pop the Revitalize, so there's a whole lot of focus up here on the top side, though. Hybrid's gonna spot him out. 3 dudes from Sri Lanka are gonna be spotted out. They'll back off. The turtle is up. So you can see Masarap is in position, given the information. Doesn't have the Curse of Blood yet, though. I'm not sure if this is going to be much of a fight, but the curtain call is there for Hybrid. Now, jumping on in. Here comes the cables, too, but Sky Zone will get the turtle. The fight's going to be forced anyway. Night Owl will go in. Gets Rage. There's a Feathered Airstrike, though. Flickers on back. Yahiko has to go back. They have enough damage to go in and burst on through, but Dead Zone, tanky as ever. Now, gonna go ahead and get yo-yo'd down. Hybrid. Oh, Hybrid's gonna get stunned. A great play from Xyrox.
That is Xyrox's passive kicking in. Curse of Crow stops Hybrid dead in his tracks. Impressive work, though. Again, that turtle could have gotten stolen by Yahiko if not for Night Owl's surgical precision, putting himself right between that major objective and the opposing jungler. So I think that is one highlight that Sri Lanka can, you know, jot down, make part of their pros currently in this 3-minute match. They have a good Kufra in their hands. So I'd like to see how else they translate and how they use that tool, because the other half of the map is essentially answered for. Like, you could be definitely much worse off in the other half of the map, but in the gold lane, though, how is that situation looking like? How is Gonigon going up against Black Cat? Is he having any luck, any good luck against his Granger?
It's like it's just kind of you know, one of those dead lanes right now, but you can see Night Owl charging up, flickers on forward, hits the ultimate under the turret, will take a couple shots with the turret himself. Masarap's a little bit too late to this one, dropping the Curse of Blood, and I don't think Yahiko's going to go ahead and follow up. Shows the cables, but doesn't want to commit just yet. Maybe just trying to buy some time for Bob. But I think they're just too late, man. What a play. This is what the Kufra does so well. You know, if he's able to go ahead and jump on in, I know he had to expend the flicker, but if it's a play under the turret and it gives you that advantage to Black Cat, go for it.
Impressive work. Again, there was nothing much to do in the top half of the map. Nepal played that pretty well. Still has it on lock, especially since Hybrid is about to build up. But wait. Oh, Dead Zone. What's he doing?
Dead Zone. Be in the Dead Zone right now. Sri Lanka gets control of the turtle. I'm not sure if there's going to be any contest. It looks like that's not going to be the case.
They forced Yahiko to use the retribution. Very smart. Again, Sri Lanka is approaching the top dog of Nepal with such bravado, such confidence that I'm convinced that they might not be able to sweep this. Nepal might not even win. Sri Lanka putting up quite the effort. That's the second turtle going over to Sri Lanka this time. The bottom half of the map is looking good for them.
Yeah, this is control they have. Night Owl's going to jump on in. Goes in with a rage. Gonigon's going to be fine because the rest of the team is here. So Night Owl taking too many shots. Little cleanup there. Yahiko will go in, cable on through. So a kill now in the hands of Nepal, but I don't know if 9 just didn't, have the information that multiple members from Nepal were rotating down because, he jumped in, but still, Black Cat has Sky Zone around the corner, so it doesn't seem like they have this information either. Sky Zone jumps in, gets the energy eruption off too, all the setup. So this is the response, Mlbb to follow. Double kill already. Black Cat finally goes down, and there's the burst coming through from Bob.
Dear God, Bob has just built his Sky Piercer, so that's immediately 2 stacks on it. I could have sworn I was gonna say, oh wow, Night Owl's sacrifice and good plays were almost undone, but they took down Gonigon. But just as quickly, Bob puts up his team 1,000 gold up. Check it out, Joseph. Hold up, where did the... Oh, it was Black Cat who built the Sky Piercer.
Yeah.
I thought it was Bob. Okay, you know what? If Nepal wants to regain control of this game decisively, with conviction, they should consider putting a Sky Piercer and Bob maybe as its 3rd item.
Yeah, because he's got glowing wand right now. I'm not sure.
Maybe a trunch.
Going in.
Maybe a lightning trunch
maybe
next.
The trunch. Then 3rd item Sky Piercer. Because that Lunox is going to be a problem later on. So Yahiko going to go for Black Cat. Spots him out. Cutthroat going to be used onto the turret. The cables are enough. Taking out the gold laner of Sri Lanka all before this turtle, but looks like they still might be able to go ahead and secure it. They're still trying to secure the objective. Yahiko joining the fight now. Does just go in. Gets the retry off. Night Owl going to be in trouble. Takes a ton of damage again. Bob. Gone. Everybody throwing everything at Sri Lanka. They take out basically everybody, and they get the turtle.
What I say, Joseph, Sky Piercer on Lunox, and the reason why Yahiko got away with that, and with good amount of HP to boot, is because of his core talent. The Impure Rage, it actually gives him HP. And that's how he survived those turret shots in mid and was able to transition into the turtle. And now, oh no, Sri Lanka just lost their purple buff. Nepal just went and ran through a drive-by towards these camps, and now Black Cat and Night Owl have to hide behind tier 2.
Ooh, Hybrid taking a couple shots. It looks like this is going to be the response. They are getting sandwiched in, but the turret will finally fall. Gonigon knocks that down. Look at the damage even on Dead Zone with 1 hit with Yano here. That's always the thing about the Bruno, man. You only need a couple items to really be a threat in terms of damage. I know early on he had the Haas Claws. I think he was working on the next what he's got. So he's got the Berserker's Fury now, and then he's got the Fury Hammer for a little bit of that extra penetration. So interesting, because the damage seems to really have swung in favor of Nepal, like in the last minute or two.
And I think it'll just get worse, because Bob is, respects the extra HP found. It's not a lightning crunch. He doesn't need the extra procs of damage. He wants to shred through high HP, so he goes for the lantern. Oh, yeah. Bob. That's his 2nd item now? His second full item? It's about to get worse. It's about to get worse.
Man, that makes sense now, because like you don't see Lunox that often, but those Chaos Assaults are really hurting. Even the tankier members of Denzo. But then, like, if you think about it, between Bob and Gonigon, that's enough damage to bring even the tankiest members of Sri Lanka to a point where then you can just kind of clean up with Yahiko. So this Lord doesn't look like it's going to be contested at all. Not sure if the timing was really right there. Night Owl's going to jump in, but into the Curse of Blood they go. Gonigon in trouble, flickers out. There's a flicker from Night Owl. He'll be able to clean it up. But look at, once again, the damage from Bob. Conceal going to be used. Night Owl, doesn't matter if he's tanky. He's dealing with the pressure here. The Chaos Assaults come through as Mlbb picks up the kill. Now it's Dead Zone. Pop with the Revitalize. He will be able to get under the turret, but Black Cat could be in trouble. The Cutthroat, the cable's on through. He has the space, but Yahiko will clean up a kill. So 3 down for Sri Lanka. Now they got to deal with a Lord push.
Precision geometry by Yahiko as he blitzes his way down to the turtle. Well, to the Lord pit at this point, into the lane to get so much for Team Nepal. Sri Lanka are feeling the advantage now. The almost 8,000 gold lead that Nepal have. Oh, dead zone. He's just dead. Again, even if it was just Bobby Bob and Masarap there, he wouldn't have survived.
Yeah, man, they're seeing how much the shred is. This Lunox, oh, the setup comes through. They're able to go ahead and catch Hybrid. I'm not sure if Hybrid just expected that much crowd control to come and lock him in, so they hold on to that mid lane turret. Holy Shield. Right now, there's the stun. But ultimately, Sri Lanka still holds on to the Holy Shield. Now, that was a Lord push from Nepal, but they just get the tier 2s. Now, that might be good enough for them. Again, they had to respect what Sri Lanka was able to do in the early to mid-game transition. Anel is charging up. He's going to jump into the mid lane. Got to be careful here. Let's take a look at the items real quick.
If there's anything that Sri Lanka needs to expedite is to build defense items on Night Owl. I think Night Owl is one of the few reasons why I think I'm confident in Sri Lanka's defense in the base. Night Owl, oh no, he got shredded, son! That's what I'm saying!
Oh my goodness, what is going on? The burst everywhere. Oh, Yahiko using the flicker, or uses the retry on Xerox, but Xerox will still be able to get out. And again, the shred is too much, man. I'm surprised we haven't seen too much of the Lunox come through, because it seems to be one of the best answers for these tankier heroes.
That's what I'm saying. If Night Owl is around, and even if they were inside the base, even with all the inhibitors down, a defense is possible. I'm throwing back to the heyday of the Chak Mamba. Remember that defense? That young man, Joshua Mangilo, can do magic with a Kufra. So now with it in the hands of Night Owl, I'm seeing shades of that. I'm seeing that he can jump on the dudes, hold them down like a baby suppress with the bouncing ball. We've seen some shades of it, but he can't do that if he keeps dying like this. And he can't do that without an Athena's shield, without a Radiant armor. He needs that against Bobby Bob.
Yeah, Bobby Bob seems to be a huge problem throughout this game, especially, you know, around fighting the Lord, man. When you have this Carmilla from Masarap to go ahead and set things up, whether that's with the stun, whether that's with the Curse of Blood, it puts yourself in a position, because if you think about it, like Curse of Blood plus you also have a CC, man. Like, you can also current call people together. So you have to, like, choose your fight if you're Sri Lanka very carefully, because you can't be clumped up. And if they are, they're going to have trouble.
This might not be wise. Don't contest. Just stay inside your base. You have good high ground defense. You're down about 8K. That's a huge gap in firepower.
Yeah, they got the Revitalize out. They're actually respecting what Sri Lanka can do, though. Lord's going to go for the reset. Still holding at half health. Night Owl's going to be spotted out with the Lord there, though, too. So they're playing with this advantage. They know they got Revitalized down from Dead Zone, so that's at least something. Oh, Dead Zone just kind of jumping on in, seeing what he can start.
Joseph, look at Hybrid. Look at Hybrid. This is a light angle.
Oh, he wants to go in. Pop the current call. Curse of Blood's going to drop down. 2 Black Cats in trouble. He has nowhere to run. Yahiko goes in, looking for Xerox. Xerox will have to flicker over the wall, but they might look for more in the mid lane. Another flicker from Night Owl on the defense. Under the turret they go. He's going to charge up. Does he jump back into the fight? No, he's got to go heal. So they get Black Cat. Now this is a moment for them to secure the lore.
Not just Black Cat. They got a handful of flickers. Literally all of them forced to be used defensively. And now Sri Lanka are deep underground. I'd say they're 4 feet underground. 6 feet when they're dead. Right now it's 4 feet underground. And just because they thought they could pick the fight. Again, at the very start I said, just play defensively. You cannot contest. I think the reason why Nepal did that is, number one, to bait them out, which Sri Lanka fell for. And number two, Team Sri Lanka, they did not have eyes on Bobby Bob. So they figured that we flushed out all the nearby bushes, we can push forth. But what's scary is Bobby Bob has flicker still. He can Ruby BB.
Yeah, he can Ruby DD into this base or whatever he wants. Oh! Yahiko able to dodge the rage. There's the Curse of Blood, able to find 2 as Xerox goes down. Black Cat gonna be in trouble too. Whoa! Under the Base he goes. Yahiko will clean it up. Lord's still going to be up a little bit longer, but they're just going to go ahead and focus down the base. Revitalize, trying to clear out the waves, but that enhanced wave already pushing in. You can see Night Owl quite low. Bobby Bob, unstoppable. Ghani Gone will get one too, and they'll just wipe them out, and they'll take game 1 for Nepal.
15 minutes. Nepal proves to still be the dominant force in their group here, playing for South Asia. And we saw some remnants of it. Again, he didn't have to flex on us. He didn't have to bedazzle us with Ruby BB. But he got the opposite version of it, wherein he used darkness first, flickered, and then lightened so that he survived the tower shots, or at least diverted the aggro. Shaky start for Nepal. Could have sworn Sri Lanka was going to get there, but I think somewhere down mid-game, Sri Lanka changed their priorities. I think Sri Lanka bit off more than they could chew.
Yeah, it's I was trying to figure out too, like it was starting here where things really started to sway in the favor of Nepal, and it was this fight, it was this turtle fight where they get a wipeout, you know, at the 7-minute mark. And with this wipeout, and then from getting these objectives, they were able to go ahead and continue to put pressure on the map, take resources, take buffs, and there was no answer for this Lunox. Like, I think that was one of the biggest things. Because even if you committed a lot to it, like, she still had the brilliance, she's still able to go ahead and survive, she still had the flicker. I mean, half the time, Mlbb, he didn't even have to burn the flicker. Like, that was the thing. And he was able to just kind of pump out the damage. So I think that was one of the biggest things, is even itemization-wise, like, that Athena shield too was a little bit too late. Maybe they should have gotten some more magic resist early on. But even so, I understand, like, the idea for Sri Lanka to be like, do we build more defense physical or defense magic? Because even having a Fanny and a Bruno across from you, that's a lot of damage to deal with. So it was kind of overloaded at that point.
They were forced to make tough decisions, and neither was the right call. So, you know, better luck next time, which is literally the game after this. Luckily, it's not over just yet. There is a chance, but I like that Sri Lanka showed some grit. They showed us that they had a clear plan, and a huge chunk of it was off the back of Night Owl. So if they can end up with a sort of similar draft that you know, goes around Night Owl's instincts.
I'm surprised he has cursed helmet. Like, I'm surprised.
You didn't have to do that. You know what I mean? Like,
He didn't need it.
some of his instincts are in the right place. Mechanics on point, but fundamentally, there were better things to do. So, number one, use your gold better. I think. I don't think he even needed the molten core.
The molten essence. Yeah,
Molten essence, did he? Because I get it. I get the molten essence is number one. There is defense shred. By being around targets, you soften them up. But look at Nepal. They're not even as tough to begin with. And look at their damage profile. They have burst. It's more burst than DPS. So, how much gold did Night Owl in Sri Lanka sacrifice to be able to go in that direction where they shouldn't have?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, because, you know, you mentioned it, like, they needed some more of that magic resistance to go ahead and just withstand what was happening, like, especially with the Lunox across from them. But, you know, again, it was one of those cases where Sri Lanka showed some hope there, especially in the early to mid game, but it just quickly went out of their favor. And even for Black Cat, I feel like, you know, Black Cat was really doing his best. Like, he really tried to do his best with the positioning and everything else, but when you've got a Fanny just flying around, man, there's only so much movement you can do. And if your battle spell, for example, was burnt, or I don't even know if he had really much of a chance to get to a win in nature, it's just like, you can only do so much, you know, especially with a Fanny swinging around. So I think it was just a lot of those answers or the questions here on maybe how to utilize the gold better, how to be a little more efficient with it, because they were doing pretty good. Like, there was a moment there where it's like Sri Lanka was in, I would say, control for a very momentary, momentarily they had some control.
Not necessarily in control, but they were making plays. They were positively affecting their own game plan, which is when they looked best. So if they can draft again, something similar that allows for them to do that and make the right decisions along the way to push it forward, then maybe we'll see at least a more competitive game and maybe force Nepal into a game 3. But, you know, we'll take it one step at a time.
We'll take it there, but before we do get there, we're going to have to take a short break for our players to go ahead and reset, get readjusted, and of course, get ready for game 2. So once again, I'm Naisu, this is the Leo. We'll be back with you guys after the short break. And we are back after the very short break. Once again, it's me, Naisu, and Leo to bring you our second game of our very last series here ahead of us. Maybe we get 3 games. I'm going to throw it out there. There's a chance if Sri Lanka can go ahead and recuperate after what Nepal did in game 1. I don't know, Leo. Is it possible? what is the answer here for Sri Lanka? Because I feel like Sri Lanka had the idea, like it was there, but it slipped out of their hands, man.
They had a good idea. There was a solid footing for what they were trying to do in game one. They had a game plan, and I think that's one step in the right direction. You know, don't play to your opponent's traps. Like, don't let them dictate what you can and can't do in the land of Dawn, because already I think it's no secret, Nepal is owning the region. Nepal is South Asia when you're talking about their qualifiers for this year's World Esports Iesf and Mlbb Esports men, right? So I think the fact that Sri Lanka is playing their own game and drafting to what they're comfortable with is a correct step. Number two is...
I thought you were saying Bobby Bob.
No. I want to focus more on them, because you can't touch Nepal. Nepal has proven to be quite the force, even when you bring them into, you know, the world stage. Like in the wild card, some of these names have shown up and have, you know, garnered the love and respect of so many Mlbb fans around the world. For Sri Lanka, fundamentally make the right calls. We were talking about it before the break. Where did all the gold go, man? Like, why would he invest so much in the Cursed Helm? I might be wrong here. I might not know the math exactly, the interactions, the dynamics of that decision, but I think it would have been better spent. You know, like, you should have built an Athena shield or a Radiant armor much sooner.
Much sooner. Yeah, I would have liked to see the Radiant armor earlier on, maybe even the first item there, but I don't know. I actually wonder if Sri Lanka is going to ban out the Lunox, or maybe they want to test the waters out and take it for themselves, but you know, that's one of the cases. They did have a hard time dealing with the Fanny, so they banned it out. There goes the Jushin. So Nepal pretty much sticking with their bans here for game number 2. I think we see a very similar game plan. Like, they could actually, depending if they wanted to, they could just go with a CC first pick again, like they did in the previous one. So this is up to Sri Lanka and how they want to play this, because I think even the pattern of the draft maybe could be different for them here for Sri Lanka, because everybody slept on 1-1 too. Not that the 1-1 would have been better in that situation. Like, I think, again, Black Cat did a really good job on the Granger. But now that you took out the Fanny, this would be a really good time to take 1-1. This is a good, actually, adjustment, though. They do take out the CC here.
Okay. Yeah, I concur, Joseph. The fact that the Granger was picked and prioritized instead of the 1-1 wouldn't have made it better. It would have been different, but it wouldn't have made it better. So now this does allow for the Baksha, if I'm not mistaken, and the Eve. Those were the two other bans that Sri Lanka focused on. And Nepal jumps the gun. All right, you leave open the Baksha, we're taking it. Blue 1.
Do they take the 1-1? That's the question for Sri Lanka. They might even be better off waiting a little bit, but I'd like to see them take... I could see them taking a Farsa again. I think it was just a little bit difficult for Xerox there in the previous game. Like I said, the Fanny really played well from Nepal for Yahiko. So this time around, you have a couple options. Maybe the Farsa, maybe we have to see the Eve come to play, but also with that, there it is. Actually, yeah, finally, at least today we get to see it, man.
This is a better pick instead of the Farsa, because the Eve actually ain't going nowhere even if the Baksha jumps onto you. The Akai, though, this is something I've been alluding to all night long, is if a team can pull out an Akai to answer an opponent's draft, then this might be the kryptonite you're looking for to break their battle lines. Although Nepal commits to an Arlot early on, even without taking care of its natural predator, the Fulvius. So I wonder if this is going into the hands of Hybrid, and consequences be damned. He's just going to play it like how it was played the other night, into a Fulvius, and they didn't even care. Like, it went unpunished.
I mean, we just saw the... Oh, okay, so this... They take the Hayabusa, so this is then... Yeah, this is going to be a Roam Baksha, Jungle Hayabusa, and then the XP Arlot. I almost wonder if they could have just waited. Like, left with the flex there for a little bit, but maybe they just didn't want to risk the Hayabusa being banned out for the second phase there. So very upfront and honest from Nepal. This leaves them left with a, what are they going to put in the mid lane? What are they going to put in the gold lane? So for Sri Lanka, I almost expect them to eventually ban out the Farsa too, but we got to see what this next pick is theirs is going to be. Because they already have, like, do they want to go ahead and secure themselves?
Yeah, last chance to get the Phoveus. I like how it interacts with the Akai too. There it is. Because you wouldn't just suddenly pick Yakai out of nowhere without abusing the potential for the easy procs of the demonic, the Infernal Pursuit.
Infernal Pursuit, yeah.
Yep, so they lock it in and naturally run it. Well, I assume they will run it straight into the Arlet in the EXP lane. Going into the bans, as you mentioned, Joseph, get rid of the Farsa. Make Team Nepal work for that range.
Makes me wonder too, like, if it's the Farsa, then what do we potentially see here? Because we've seen teams prioritize to ban Selena. Kimmy was the other hero on my mind too.
Yep.
Because this would work really well. I mean, the amount of crowd control that a Traction Pulse with a Final Slash and all that stuff would work. So, but on the other side, Nepal wants to go ahead and focus down on the gold lane options because you don't have a gold laner yet for Sri Lanka. They already did. They did play the Granger, so I think if you really wanted to put them on the test, like ban out at least the Granger, and then maybe the 1-1. Either one of the two. Or I would actually just really like to see Sri Lanka play the 1-1 and then the Eve. So you get two of the heroes that we've been looking for throughout the past couple days actually get a chance to be played.
They can only do that, Joseph, if the coast is clear from the Farsa. And they're confident that whatever goes into the gold is something that Black Cat can fight into. So Nepal is banning out the Moskov. Okay, another hero that can proc the Infernal Pursuit for free. Easy. But now we're going to find out which direction they're going for in gold. There it is,
Makes
the Farsa.
sense.
So I think they are telegraphing the 1-1.
I must say, Mr. Leo, we are doing a pretty good job here on our theories for the drafts. I know you even talked about the Akai earlier, so it's going to be fun to see that in action. This is a really good first phase for Sri Lanka here, and I really want to know how they're going to build this out. Is this a 1-1 ban from Nepal, or do they let this go through? Because it's either 1-1 or Granger that Black Cat's probably going to end up playing with this. Because you also get to go ahead and play into the, I want to say it's like somewhat of a safety of the real-world manipulation. Now that you have an Eve there, it can help you in some of those instances where you're trying to move around that. So, wow, they'll take out a Rome. They'll take out the Matilda. So that is not available. So what do they? I wonder what they're going to put in the Rome then. Either Rome or gold here for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it's a little too much if Sri Lanka got away with both the Matilda and the 1-1. So Nepal just made their choice and said, yeah, just give them the 1-1. We can run the Granger into it. And actually, here's the thing. The Granger also interacts very well into this dynamic because it's one range tool that can actually reach the Eve. Because they already got rid of the Farsa. So, quite the conundrum, the paradox, the labyrinth that we have here. Now, Sri Lanka don't want to make that decision just yet. So, they pick up the Jawhead. That's their Rome, clearly. And now it's down to Nepal. Does Nepal pick the 1-1 or the Granger for gold? And here's the thing. They don't even have to. They have so many other choices. They can, like, Claude if they want to reach the back line.
And also just with also keeping in mind the fighting into the real world manipulation. But I think even the R-Line like kind of helps that because it's like, all right, if you are fighting around the objective and the real world manipulation's there, the R-Lot provides you that option of, kind of sweeping people out of it if they can. Oh, but for the most part, you're going to see the R-Lot starting the fights. That's really what we've seen, the Flicker Final Slash combo. So there's the Granger like we expected. And the Lilia, she got a very small change, right? It was like more Spell Vamp.
Yep, she
I
did.
was looking at your graphic. It was Spell Vamp, right? Like
did.
on her glooms.
It's a teensy-weensy buff for a second skill, yeah, but you'll take what you can, right? This is just another hero that can take care of itself, much like an Aurora, but in a more proactive manner instead of just having an extra life built in. So the Lilia here, I'd reckon, will be building Purify or Flicker, and then using the high uptime to be able to threaten the Eve in lane. So now Sri Lanka, I don't think the coast is clear for a 1-1. It's very risky still to run a 1-1 into this lineup. I still think they're better off with a Claude or something. Oh!
It's been a while, man. It's been a while since we've seen the Nathan.
A while is relative, Joseph, because Nathan is a time traveler. So
That's true.
To him,
That's
it could have
true.
been just 1 second that he was out of the meta, and then now he's here. Sri Lanka, putting into the hands of Black Cat.
I would not have expected this.
Me neither. Again, no one mentioned
This
it.
is... So, I need a refresher. Aren't they lacking a lot of physical damage, though? Like,
Yes.
Nathan does, like, Is it hybrid,
Nope.
technically?
It's
Or is it
magic.
magic.
He's dealing...
It's pure magic, right?
As the kids say, a butt ton of magic.
Okay, so
So-
this lineup does a butt ton of magic.
The only real physical is coming, like, respectable amount of physical is coming from the Phobius, I'd reckon, because the Jawhead has to build physical defense. Like, I don't... That's a lot of... Again, that's a lot of money that you're throwing at a Blade of Heptases or, like, a random Fury Hammer if you want to do that. I don't think Night Owl should be doing that. So there's not enough money in this draft to put there, because you want it on Black Cat.
Well, we're going to find out here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last match of tonight. Day 4, Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. And it's down to match point right now for Nepal. We'll see if these drafts are going to be able to take us to our first Game 3 of the evening, or will it be a sweep for Nepal? Now, I think one of the big things, again, is how does this work out for a... Like, because we don't see the Nathan often, honestly. Like, it's one of those heroes that's kind of up in the air. I mean, even to an extent, the Lilia. Now, Lilia, yes, she had this little minor change, but leave it up to Bob to bring out a hero that isn't typically picked up, and I'm happy for it because he brought the Lunox too. And when you look at the emblems here, nothing too crazy, right? Nothing too crazy sticking out.
This is the huge. And the quick rotation down bottom to bother Dead Zone is to the matchup's nature. Because again, Dead Zone should be winning more often. But wait, look at this. Oh,
You're gonna jump in. Sky Zone. I'm not sure if that was gonna be worth it or not. He does go down. So a bit of a trade, I guess. You know, both junglers just being taken out of the picture there.
I think it was more beneficial to Sri Lanka and Sky Zone, given that he reached level 4 while Yaiko has to work for the EXP. Again, you don't get EXP posthumously. So Yaiko's stuck at level 3 now. He has to bum rush his way towards a camp or something. That's exactly what was done there, but he didn't get it. Oh, the gold went elsewhere, but he's fine. He'll reach level 4 eventually.
Yeah, he's got the level 4, so this is gonna make for an interesting first turtle take. Sri Lanka should have the advantage, I say. I mean, especially if Xerox can get that level 4, that he does. So they've got the real world manipulation to go ahead and set up. And now this for Yahiko, he's only gonna have the orange buff to work with. But again, this is up to Sri Lanka to start. He is going to focus on his purple for now for Sky Zone, and then they'll rotate for this. So everybody getting ready. All the level 4s are available. You could see even Ganigan rotated down towards that mid lane to get some of that extra gold. And they're going to go ahead and set things up here.
Night Owl just gets it in the nick of time, right before anyone engages with the turtle. This is a late rotation for Black Cat, but he should be able to make it given the momentum or move speed given by the river. Turtle now at about half health. Sky Zone is holding on to his heavy spin. Oh, look at this engage.
Yep, they're going to force the fight anyway. Masarat popping the ultimate here. He still has the Revitalize. He finally is going to use it himself. Gets locked out with heavy spin, so Masarat is gone. And now Night Owl should be able to get out, but look at this. Split up, Ganigan trying to distract them. Sky Zone will get the turtle. I think they're just going to disengage. They just don't have enough damage right now.
This is what you get when you put an Akai in the jungle. When more than half of your pieces line up and you have the heavy spin, that just makes up for all of the possible room for error. It just denies your opponent the space, and whether it be because of the heavy spin, I think Nepal was just in a bad place to begin with anyways. Number one, Ganigan went for the half rotation, like he wasn't so sure, but now wait, the post turtle take!
Oh, they're gonna force a fight anyway. A flicker for Night Owl. Now Night Owl's still 1 HP will actually survive a great flicker to stay alive because, again, could have gone way worse, but you see what's happening now. Nepal will go ahead and rotate towards the bottom side of the map. Final Slash going to be used, but I don't think you're going to be able to kill Dead Zone, so Hybrid maybe just checking things out with that one.
That turn came in a little too late, and in the wrong spot too. They had to go for a full rotation to the opposite lane to make that call. I think Nepal have a lot of catching up to do. Interesting decision by Gonigan. Joseph, is that right? His first fully built item is the Sky Piercer. I don't think you're making enough money in the early game to build more than just that.
Yeah, I think that's about it. Again, the Final Slash used, but Dead Zone will be fine. Gonigan's going to definitely need more time than what we saw in the previous game where, you know, he was able to scale up really quickly. So this is a slower start for both sides, honestly.
Is it he built a casual knight, a casual Fury Hammer, and then the full Sky Piercer? Because I'm finding myself wondering where the economy came from, and if so, then he's just expediting his power spike. That's what that could be. That's what an early Sky Piercer signaling. Night Owl gets caught out here.
Oh, the toss up into the air. I'm not sure. He does black shoes, so he's going to be fine. They're still going to fight under the real world manipulation, and Night Owl joining it. The Revitalize already used from Maserap. Both gold laners making their way to the fight. Gonigan will come in. There's the Final Slash that we're looking for. Able to find two, but still respecting that damage. And now Dead Zone. He was trying with the Infernal Pursuit, but will get taken out. Maserap driving around, rolling on around, but won't find anyone else. But Night Owl jumps in with a flicker. I'm not sure if that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to make a play. Now Black Cat's going to be in trouble, and this is the turn that happened in Game 1, and it's happening now in Game 2 as the turtle is secured for Nepal.
Joseph, if my sequence of events are correct, if I'm not mistaken...
Oh, he got it too.
As Maserap was rolling around, that is exactly when Night Owl flickers in and he bumps into the Baksha. And that's why he got stunned. He stopped in his tracks and got bursted down. That's just the only logical reason that could have happened, and he wasted his flicker. I don't think Night Owl saw that coming. Now looking at the items.
Oh,
wait. Oh, they burst down Maserap.
That's the revenge. Yeah. You're not escaping that one. That's 4 members of Sri Lanka to go ahead and burst down. So, as you were explaining what happened to Night Owl, I think he had a vendetta against Maserap, man. He's like, I'll remember that. I'm going for you this time. So
it was personal, Joseph. I can tell it was personal. Now Hybrid just dead laning against Dead Zone. Now we see confirmation that Gon actually has the Hunter Strike now. I wonder if that was built prior to the team fight or just after. Ooh.
Was that? He threw, he threw Sky Zone towards Nepal, but that could have also been a potential setup because it is an Akai. Potentially using that heavy spin. Hybrid could be in trouble here. Unstoppable Force going to be used, so throws on Dead Zone, but Hybrid will actually survive, so multiple dudes here, even with the Dark Wave. I don't think you want to fight that. That's going to be a Final Slash into the turret. Nice little stun there too, but still tanky enough for Dead Zone. I don't think he's actually going to be able to win it or get the kill. They're still fighting it down there. Heavy spin going to be used, fighting for this purple buff. The space around it. Yahiko's going to pop the shadow kill. He's able to go under the turret, pump out the damage. Night Owl in trouble. A couple shots from Gonigan as he cleans up under the tier 2. A good layering here happening for Nepal. And that's now the Malefic Roar for Gonigan.
Gonigan is eating well, and he ate up Black Cat. Down goes the Nolan. Oh my lord. Joseph, prior to this quick sequence in mid, leading up to top, tier 2's standing, I'm smelling some anti-synergies. Dead Zone is dead.
What's happening here to Sri Lanka? I feel like I don't know if it's like a little bit of a tilt or what, but I feel like the last couple minutes, there's just been some questionable moves on their side, and Nepal's been punishing them. You know, noticing some of the misplays or the mistakes being made, and Nepal deciding to, hey, go for it. So, and you know, Gonigan, we were talking about that build earlier. Imagine he built the Sky Piercer early on, and now he's sitting on the 4 kills.
Joseph, they're making like Post Malone's 2016 single "Fall Apart." I don't know if it's a communications. I don't know if it's a communications breakdown or if it's just the skills are coming out at the wrong time. But now they are down about 5,000 gold, and Dead Zone is isolated. Oh, and he's taken down, traded for with Hybrid.
Both XP laners isolated from their teams will fall. Hybrid also burned the flicker. So interesting, because right now you got Bobby Bob taking the purple buff. He's actually going to have that, which is going to be huge for this Lord
Free.
fight. Yeah, free purple, so...
Oh, he did him dirty. He left the baby one, too.
That's just a baby. He left the baby.
He left the baby.
Okay, it's going to be cleared out. They do go clear it out. They know Bobby Bob's got the purple.
That's a wasted rotation.
Yeah.
Oh, Sri Lanka have been scrambled, scattered by Nepal because they're going for the blitz.
Oh, they're going for the blitz. But look, they send Black Cat down to the bottom to push. So if they can somehow get this Lord, it's going to be huge for them. There's the flicker forward. And Ganigan's going to be able to take out Sky Zone. So Yahiko's able to secure the Lord, and now the fight's going to still break out. A final slash, able to find two, and they're just melted. A double kill for Ganigan. Sri Lanka decided to send Black Cat on the bottom side of the map to get that tier 1, but they lose the gamble for that Lord.
I don't think that's worth it. Given that you gave up lives and a Lord for a tier 1 push. Again, given that this is all that Black Cat could do, but maybe they could have cut their losses and then give over kills. Holy Shield popped up top.
Whoa, Night Owl jumping in, not going to be able to toss up Maserop over the wall, and now Night Owl going to be in trouble, will get punished for that decision. Lord almost here up on the top side, and down Night Owl. This is going to be troublesome for Sri Lanka to defend. Now in trouble there. There goes Dead Zone. He's gone. They got 3 left, but under the turret they're going to go. Still, Yahiko waiting to go ahead and pop that shadow kill if he has to. A couple Rhapsody shots to the face for Sky Zone as he heavy spins around trying to buy some time, but he'll get melted too, and it looks like Nepal is looking to close it out. A final slash, able to clean up Black Cat, and now, even with the shadow kill into the fountain, they're just going to throw everyone there, and they're like, guys, just locked down on the base, but they hold on as much as they can. It's a triple, a maniac for Ganigan, and Nepal will sweep the series.
There's only so much you can do when there is a clear and huge gap in your golden firepower, that even when you think you could have wiped out your opponents, the fact that they're poor. The one hero that you needed to take down to ensure that this defense was going to be successful, Ganigan stayed up, spelt it for Nepal. That's a sweep by the, I guess now for sure, leader out of South Asia. Nepal still undefeated.
Yep. Very strong showcase here, and I think this is kind of, I know we didn't have that much information, at least from their offline matches, but knowing that this is Nepal and this is how their play style is still relatively the same, even if there might be 1 or 2 different names here than what we've seen in the past. These guys like to go ahead and battle it out, and they will punish mistakes, and they'll make plays if they have to. So definitely still looks like a, very true to their play style and the region for Nepal.
Yeah. Compared to game 1, I think Sri Lanka overthought this. They went full-on Jimmy Neutron brain blast on this, and they may have overshot. First up, they bring a non-meta hero into the fold. That's the Nathan, and then they try to get fancy with it by picking the Akai early and then building the synergies with the Phoveus and the Jawhead. And I think that it's that latter pick, the Jawhead, that I don't know, maybe they failed in the early game, so now they don't know what to do with it mid to late game.
Yeah. This one was tough for Sri Lanka because I feel like, again, it was just, I don't know, it was some of the decisions that they made, and I think even for Night Owl, him on the Jawhead, and it's
the micro decisions too, like not just the major ones that led to the draft and the output, but yeah, it's like in game you're also wondering like what was the end game to this.
Yeah. And I'm wondering too, like with Sky Zone, like is Guardian Helmet an item that you really want? Like, right, you know what I mean? Like at this point in the game, he also had the Molten Essence of the Dreadnought armor, but I just feel like he maybe would have been a little better off with something else instead of that Guardian Helm. So I think it came down to that again for Sri Lanka. Like some of the itemization choices probably could have been different, but overall it was another kind of example of a team like Nepal who has competed. You know, they have competed. They have this experience. They have some veterancy there where you can clearly see it in the way that they play, the way that they draft. Like it starts there, but then the execution. You know, even for Bobby Bob, look at him, 1-0-17 and gone on. Like they both had fantastic games again, and were able to go ahead and capitalize on the picks that they brought to the table. Where it's like, in this sense, Yahiko, he dealt with a little pressure in his jungle, but ultimately he was like okay because he could rely on what, you know, basically his carries were capable of doing.
Yeah, there was very little in terms of an actual threat to the cores of Nepal.
Yeah.
Because of how much Sri Lanka overshot the concept of what they were doing. Again, conceptually, individually, there was something there. Again, the kill box of the Eve, the synergy of the Akai with the Phoveus, even the burst of a Jawhead and to, again, return stragglers into the kill box. These are legit things. But the way Sri Lanka executed on it and the moves they made to be able to get to this point all led to the sweep by Nepal. I wish Sri Lanka the best, and I hope that their Mlbb scene grows, but only one team moves on forth from South Asia, and it's clear. It's going to be Nepal.
Yeah, definitely. Again, when we saw the groups, you know, for a lot of people that have watched competitive Mlbb or even the different iterations here for Iesf's qualifiers for Asia and Oceania, there are clear nations and names that really stick out and people are familiar with. And when you look at a team like Nepal again, I think a lot of people, when they saw that group, it's like, all right, these guys are going to be very competitive, and you know they get the 4-0 now for their group. So I'm really interested to see, and I know we don't have all the games that are streamed, but I'm really interested to see once we start to get into, you know, the playoffs and everything, how they compete against some of the other teams that have dominated their groups. So hopefully they can continue to put some of these fun drafts to the test, because again, I'm all for these heroes, especially in the mid lane. It's so funny how I was talking about that leading into the series, Leo, and I was like, and then we got to see basically two kind of heroes you don't often see, you know, the Lunox and the Lilia.
And they made it work. They won with it. But again, I'd hate to be a critic and I hate to nitpick, but they weren't stretched to their limit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was, especially the Lilia, maybe the Lunox, maybe there was a little bit of sweat, maybe a little bit of effort put in by Bobby, but for the Lilia, I wish it went up against the lineup that really stretched what the hero was capable of. We didn't really find out how much that spell vamp buff affected it, because she was rarely in any real danger.
100% so. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude our day 4 here. We want to thank everybody joining us for the 3 matches that we had here for the ISF Asia and Oceania qualifiers. Once again, this is all for the nation's pride, the national team's prides, and everybody fighting it out for it. So it's been me, Naisu, and Leo to bring you the action for today. We'll be back here tomorrow for more games for day number 5. So until then, I hope you guys have a wonderful day or night wherever you are, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.